All right, welcome everybody to this week's showing of the Four Crowns. We're going to be starting off here very shortly with the Group 20 wing car, sponsored by Subway here in Livermore, Kentucky. 270-278-5999. And if you guys give them a call, get you a big 12-inch Subway for the holiday season. Not to mention, thinking about the holiday season, you can get a 10% discount at Subway. If you come here, get a receipt from Lane's Raceway, take it over there, get you 10% off on your Subway sandwich. Take your 10% off of the Subway sandwich. Also, go and check it out. Uh, Taking their receipt, get 10% off here at Lane's Raceway. Anyway, it's got a few little things I got to get situated here. The guys are getting their cars under control here, and I'll be right back with you here in just a second. Hey, T. All right, looks like we're getting some of the guys here rounded up. Looks like we're going to have 9 in the Group 20 wing car race here today. A few of them not in the points runnings, but they're going to be running the Eagle Motors. They want to just run some wing car action with the guys here. But our lineup is on deck: Sean, uh, Red Lane, Josh Reinerson, Randy Kirtley on white, Guillermo Sire on green, Jay Latham on orange, Nathaniel Burden on blue, Glenn Burden on yellow, Gabriel Kirtley on purple, and James on black. All right, looks like Sean McCutcheon and James McCutcheon there. James, what baby? Yeah, they're getting lined up there. First time running here in the Group 20 on the orange track. Had a few issues around the donut portion of the red lane, a little bit sharp. Racers, are you ready? Oh, I didn't even see you there, Gabe. Gabe's setting the yellow clocks for all of our tracks for in case the guys strip a gear, blow a motor, or something like that. It does happen, believe it or not. The chat is up and going for anybody that would like to stop on in and hang out with us. All right, are we ready? Watch your lights. And here we go, folks. 3 strikes are out. The same routine here in the Four Crowns as we've always had. The track has been gone over. I had to glue down 3 spots today. I guess a little bit of the warmer weather coming in, humidity, helped rise some of the track. But now we got her back under control here as we get our first yellow flag here. We see Sean. He's grabbing a car there. It's going to be on orange lane, going to receive a strike. Guillermo Sire right now currently out in the lead as we get a yellow flag here. I believe Guillermo possibly coming off underneath the bridge there. See Sean yet again grabbing a car, bringing it around. And that's going to be a strike for purple. So 4 more red lights dropping out to green. And yet again, we'll be back racing here. Some intense competition for sure here in the Group 20. We like to run the fast cars first off. So we get a yellow flag here. And that's going to be a strike on black. They're first. So right now, orange, purple, and black. Jay, James, and Gabriel all with strikes. As we get a yellow flag here, we can hear James yelling track. Well, here you just got to hit a red button. It does take a little bit of getting used to for sure, but once you get used to it, it's a whole lot quicker than yelling track. As we got 3 cars, maybe 4 that coming off here. James grabs those cars there. We're going to come back around here to the other side. Looks like he's got another one there. Several cars involved in the incident. Whoa, even more. That's over 5 of the 8 there that was involved in an incident. So yellow, red. Red, orange, blue, yellow, black. Red, orange, blue, yellow, black. With strikes. We head off again. These guys giving each other a little bit of room here now. 2 strikes now for Jay Latham there on orange and 2 on black for James. As I can't tell if yellow's still in or not right there in the horseshoe, but we'll see. Looks like another 3 here involved in an incident. So purple's going to get a strike. Yellow's going to get a strike. Black's got 3. Yellow and purple. Black will be with their 3rd strike there, so they're going to set out for the rest of the heat. In our rookie and intermediate classes, especially in our rookie, the guys are a little bit more lenient. If you do come off, you still go back to start finish line, usually in the rookie class, but they don't usually do the 3 strikes. The 3 strikes is our pro class. As we, by now, you should have your car tuned up good enough not to come off, as it looks like Jay Latham making his roundabout there, as he's going to take his 3rd strike there on orange. So we got about a minute left here in the heat, a little over. Randy Kirtley's now taking over the lead at 15 laps to Guillermo Sires 15. As we're going to see Red Lane take a strike here, that'll be their 2nd. Nathaniel Burton now out in the lead. Nathaniel Burton been making some pretty big showings here the past couple of weeks, keeping his car under control. As we look to see another car coming off, it looks like Gabriel Kirtley on purple, receiving his 3rd. Five guys out of the 8 still left. Nathaniel Burton about a lap ahead as we see a car coming off there. See Sean grabbing the car there. Going to put it on green lane. Green lane going to receive a strike. Now that'll be Guillermo's 1st. Had a video card update today. Seems like the stream's coming in a lot better than it had last week. Opted not to do the update last week because we were kind of pressed for time. But anyways, looks like everything's working pretty good now that the update's been installed. 6 seconds left to go in this heat. Nathaniel turning a scorching 2.972. As we're ready to red flag rotation here. We're going to take a look here at the strike board. Go ahead and clear them out. And then we're going to take a look over here at the track mate. And as we can see here on the track mate, Nathaniel Burden there out in the lead with 37 laps, followed by Randy with 36, 35 for Guillermo, 30 tied with Glenn and Josh, 18 for Gabriel, 9 for Jay, and 5 for James. See some of the guys heading back to the pits here. They're going to work on their cars a little bit. We'll be right back with you. All right, we got about a minute and 30 seconds before we go back racing. Let's see here. KRD, Klein Race Car Design. Hello, race fans. Hello, KRD. A lot of these guys just coming back, speaking of race fans, coming back from the Dome there at the Gateway Dirt Race last night. They were all talking about the big wreck that took place last night. So that's kind of cool. I mean, well, kind of cool and kind of not, especially not cool for the guy that had the wreck, but nonetheless. So now we see Randy Kirtley on deck, Sean McCutcheon, he is on red lane, Jay Latham on white, Josh Reinerson on green, Glenn Burden on orange, Guillermo Sire on blue, James McCutcheon on yellow, Nathaniel Burden on purple, and Gabriel Kirtley on black. See Randy Kirtley up there. He's coming to track marshal as he puts his car up. And 5 seconds will be going green racing. Abnormally warm weather here in December. 4 red lights dropping out to a green. Here we go. We see 4 cars coming off from the last heat starting there on the start finish line as we head back under green here. And it seems like the guy's a little smoother this time than last as we get a car popping off on the backstretch. Toss to Randy there up underneath the TV. They're going to get a strike there. It looks like it might be Glenn possibly. That's going to be on orange lane. And we're already into another yellow flag here as the brake zones on these are just very fine light. You can play it safe and kind of let off about where the start finish line is, but sometimes that motor just gets a little extra oomph for the gump, and if you go a little bit past that, it can drive you off there in dead man's corner. So we see another yellow flag here and a car coming off in the horseshoe. A nice little toss there to Randy. Quick hands for Randy Kirtley there grabbing the car. As we'll see another strike there on blue lane. Already 3 strikes here into the second round robin heat of 9. So a big amount of Group 20 racers here for sure. As we get another yellow flag guy coming off through the crook of the track. Now that was one of the danger zones a couple weeks ago. The lighter the front end, the harder it is for red lane to get through right there. But if you keep your gear ratios changed too, it helps a little bit if you let them whine out a little bit. Gets that quick boost there to get that downforce. White and red taking strikes here. We're almost crossing the whole board here. Only 3 left, yellow, purple, and black, that do not have strikes. Right now we see Nathaniel Burden in usual fashion as of late here. Definitely a front runner when it comes to running for kingship for sure, as he's not missed, I don't think he's missed any race. Maybe he missed one. But other than that, a lot of people's missed one race. But I will say this, he has definitely been running up front here lately with his cars. And he's keeping them on. That's the big key here, is keeping your car on. He's still turning decent lap times too at 3.168. Is not bad on purple, as we see blue, black, and yellow getting strikes here. So that's 2 for blue currently. That's Guillermo Sire, 1 more, and he'll have to set out for the remainder of the heat. But if anything's a telltale sign of what last heat brought, we might see some more of that before we don't. So the guys' sensitivities, in my case, it feels like they're just a smidge high. Now, some of the DeFalco tracks for sure have chipsets in them. And these cars are meant to be ran pretty wide bore, just wide open. Group 20 is probably just a little bit too much for this track, but the guys love going fast. Now, that'll be 2 for yellow, and we'll get it started back. So what happens is they'll go to take off, and it's hitting so hard that their car just doesn't push down enough, ends up causing them to come off. I find that a lot of the times it's better to sacrifice a little bit of that top end for a little bit of the downforce. Because if you hit the downforce, it's a lot better, get there real quick, but then you kind of top out too, kind of keeping the cars on a little bit. It's a fine line. Now that's 2 strikes there for Sean McCutcheon there. So 1 more and he'll be coming off for the heat too. Being his first time running these wing cars here, he just bought a brand new wing car here. So getting used to it, trying to get the feel for it's tough. But Sean was pretty quick last week. I believe he ran the NASCAR class here, and he was pretty quick. So we'll see how well he fares out this week. And seen him testing and tuning a car earlier, and it was pretty quick. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see. And we got some here on orange lane going to take a strike here. So we'll go ahead and get another strike there for orange. Now that's Glenn's second. So if he comes off one more time, he'll be setting out too. Very, very big amount of guys here currently coming off. Not ideal, especially for these guys. We see a spin around there yet again. Red lane being the lane that's the harshest here. And that might be Sean's car there. That'll be his 3rd one. So we're going to see Sean here pull his car there, as that's 3. And it looks like Randy Kirtley's looking under the bridge to see if he's got one. We'll see if it's 3 for somebody else. So orange, blue, and yellow right now all have 3. So if they come off. Yellow was 3. Red is 3. So red and yellow there coming off for the section here. 4 red lights dropping out to green. We got half of the heat left to go here. A lot of the guys opting to use a little bit of weight in the front end to help keep the nose down. Because right through the S turns there, they're so light and so torquey that they come off there and just pop up a little bit. As you see there on black, just got into the accelerator just a hair too soon, causing it to come out, because a couple other people come off there. But, you hate to weigh your car down so much that you lose all that power, but at the same time, sometimes it's more beneficial to get it planted and actually drive versus being super, super fast. Purple lane there and black lane receiving strikes. So that'd be purple's first. Now that's black second, so Gabriel Kirtley is going to have to dial her back for the next 48. Black, orange, blue, all have two. Everybody else has at least one. Got a little bit of a flow going here. Nathaniel Burden there holding it down 2 laps ahead of Guillermo Sire. So we're going to see a strike here for Green Lane. That's going to be their second. Josh Reinerson going to have to dial her back a little bit. So the only people with 1 strike now, white and purple. And Jay Latham's car definitely looking good on the upper portions there on White Lane. Really driving her good and clean. As we get a yellow flag here. Green 3. So that's the 3rd strike there for Green, which is Josh Reinerson. He'll be segging out the remainder of the heat. As we get another car coming off in the horseshoe here with 14 seconds left to go. Black 3. So Black, that'd be Gabriel Kirtley coming off there for his 3rd. All of them experiencing that their cars just don't want to go slow enough to get around the tighter corners. And this is where weight comes in. Now the track has just been freshly rolled down. It's perfectly true and everything. But these cars are very, very touchy. That's the issue. So you got to really get some weight in there to keep that nose down on slower corners, or get your car set up, to go through it pretty quick. Nathaniel Burden there, 72. Guillermo Sire, 70. 61 for Glenn Burden. Josh Ryerson, 56. 42 for Gabriel Kirtley. 40 for Jay Latham. 36 for Randy Kirtley. 16 for James McCutcheon. And 10 for Sean McCutcheon. We need to go over here to the strike board here while the guys are grabbing their cars to work on them, clear it out. Another brutal heat here of the 2nd round. We'll head over to the oval and let you watch these guys work a little bit and be right back with you. All right, about 10 seconds before we go back green, we're going to head back over to the High Banks orange. We can see 4 more cars this time hanging out at the start-finish line, and we're going to see Jay Latham as our track marshal here as he sets out. 4 red lights dropping out to green. Here we go. So we already got our first car popped off there in the donut portion of the track. And we're going to see a strike there for blue lane, which is Josh Reinerson's. Looks like we got another one. They better be quick. Orange lane going to take a strike. And that's Jane McCutcheon. And before I could get back on the slot again, we've already got another victim here of the Group 20 wing car. And that's going to be yellow lane going to take a strike. That's Gabriel Kirtley. The love-hate relationship of the 3-strike system definitely requires a car to be set perfect on this track, or you're going to have a lot of issues. As we see 2 cars getting into each other going around the donut here. I think that, oh, looks like red popped out too. So blue's not getting a strike here, but red, yellow, and purple. Red, yellow, and purple. Yellow's going to have to dial it back, as that's 2 for Gabriel Kirtley. The braid roller, of course, by the windowsill just to the right of Randy Kirtley there in his flannel shirt, makes it to where before the race, you got 3 minutes, people can roll their lanes and stuff like that down. If they don't, you know, they're subject to, excuse me, bumps or something like that. As we see purple lane getting a strike here, we'll go ahead and get that. That'll be purple second. That's Guillermo Sire. Looks like blue lane there not getting a strike. He's just coming through the start finish there. But yeah, if you don't look at your lane from where somebody else previously ran it, they could have dive bombed it off or rolled the braid up or something like that. And, you know, you're victim of what damage they caused to the track in the previous round. So as you can see, these guys are real light in the nose and they can just pop right out. Sometimes that lifts the braid when it does it. Braid's not stapled down or nothing. It's actually glued down with rubberized type glue. Now that's 2 for James McCutcheon. So we'll see if he dials her back there a little bit. He's going to need to for sure. At 1 minute and 30 seconds, we're about 30 seconds into this heat. And like I said, it's brutal here. A yellow flag. We see a car popping off here. Looks like maybe 2 cars here. Green and orange. That'll be 3 for orange, 1 for green. So Jane McCutcheon there, he's going to be setting out the remainder of the heat. Like I said, these wing cars are definitely a tough breed to get put back on for sure. There's a little side-to-side action through the S-turn, and one of the cars getting hiccuped off there. And that is going to be on blue lane. That'll be blue's second strike. Let's get another yellow flag here. We'll see who it is. Josh Reinerson reaching out to grab it. So we have the car popping off on the, ooh. As he hits the TV with it. So Guillermo going to take a quick look at his car. Well, it looks like they try to get a car from underneath. I don't know what's going on here. Black. Okay. That's their first. So black lane's getting a strike there. So Guillermo hitting the button there. One minute left to go here in the heat. Nathaniel Burden, your current leader here with 88 total laps. Guillermo Sauer there with 82. Glenn with 78. Josh with 72. Gabriel 58. Randy 55. So we get a yellow flag here through the S turns. And that's going to be a strike there for White Lane. Somebody's car sounded a little funny. I believe it's the green lane. Sean McCutcheon. As we get another yellow flag here, a car coming off up on the S turns. White lane 2. So Glenn Burden now with 2 strikes. He's currently in second position with 89 laps. Josh Ryerson 85. Guillermo Sauer there 82. Gabriel Kirtley 71. 68 for Randy Kirtley. 36 for Sean James 21. Oh, so we get a car coming off and a couple of them getting hit. Green 2. 2 there for Sean McCutcheon. Sean definitely does have a funny sounding wing car. I've heard them all. I've heard them sound crunchy like that. I've heard them sound very high pitched, like literal eagles screaming. We head over to the strike board to clear those out. And then we're going to go over to the track mate real quick. Nathaniel Burden out in the lead, man, really impressive there. 106 total laps, 35.3 on average. 92 for Glenn Burden, 30.7 on average. Josh Ryerson, 88, 29.3 on average. Then we got Guillermo Sauer, 85, 74 for Gabriel, 71 for Randy, 40 for Jay, 38 for Sean McMaster, or McCutcheon, and James McCutcheon. Sorry, guys, I said McMaster. That's McMaster Car was a book when we was at work a long time ago. We used to look through all the time, so I'm kind of a little confused there. But nonetheless, here comes the guy who's going to work on their cars a little bit. We'll be right back with you. All right, folks, 5 seconds. We're going to be back at it. We see Glenn Burton heading over there to help track marshal there as he is going to be our set out this heat. 4 red lights dropping out to green. We're round robin 4 of 9 so far, and it's been some pretty brutal heats here. Hopefully the guys get their stuff a little bit smoothed out here. And I know for a fact if some of the chips and stuff were changed here, these cars would be a little bit easier to drive. But a lot of the guys running these stock Falco chips, as we see a little accelerations too hard through the S turns. Now these, during the S turns, where they're accelerating like that and the guide flags catching, those are the spots right there where they experience the most trouble. What's that? So red, white, and blue getting strikes. American flag. But those are the hot spots for the track to braid to kind of rise up a little bit and get a little bit of a dent in it when that takes place. So during the rotation, you definitely want to check your lane in those hot spots just to make sure the braid ain't rolled up. I always did it whenever I raced and made sure that there's no braid roll up issues, because if there is, 3 strikes you're out, man. It's brutal. As we can see here, Orange Lane getting a strike here. Now that'll be their first strike here for this heat. The chat is up and live. If you guys like what you see, like, share, subscribe, share to your fans, family, enemies, all of that. It's a blessing here for the racers and for us, as we like to see the channel grow a little bit as we proceed through the future, trying to make our cars handle better and also to have a little bit better of a stream here for you guys too as we progress through. Now, of course, not a whole lot of time has been given to the live stream here lately, just simply because there's been so many issues with other things going on here. Now, that's 2 strikes there for Red Lane to Jay Latham, so he's going to need to dial that back a smidge or he's going to come off here. Red Lane, of course, very hard for these Group 20 cars here. It's all about getting that chassis to roll and keeping the car going smooth with at least a little bit of momentum. Once we get a little bit extra time to spare, we're setting up a drag race point series here. We're still in the making currently, but we're wanting to set that up for the guys. We've had a really good showing of drag racing. When that starts, it'll be a closed box situation, and we're going to get the guys to name their cars and stuff like that. Blue and orange going to take strikes. Now they're both on 2 strikes here. Sean McCutcheon and Gabriel Kirtley on 2 strikes. So they're going to have to watch it for the next minute and so. But yes, once we get the point system worked out there, we're going to have a little point series and stuff like that for the drag racers and kind of do like what we're doing here with the 4 crowns, but see how that goes. Have some prizes and stuff like that as we see Gabriel Kirtley's car coming off there. So he'll take his 3rd strike there as we see Glenn Burton pushing yellow on through. Nathaniel Burton out in the lead right now by 20 laps so far, and he is not really coming off here. So Nathaniel Burton's running a good wing car race here for sure. As we see the Frost King himself, Randy Kirtley, taking a strike there on green lane. That'll be his first. But if you're interested in parties, special events, and stuff like that too, go to our webpage, www.lanesraceway.com. We have pricing for private events, parties, and stuff like that too, where we'll actually shut the track down for you. Just make sure and give us a call Friday, Saturday, or if it's on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, to make sure that we have time available for those spots. Purple and black going to get strikes there. We've also got a new program where that you can sell stuff here at Lanes Raceway, and it's a consignment spot that we set up here at Lanes Raceway for you to put your cars in. You fill out a little piece of paper how much you want to sell it for, the minimum you'll take it, and we'll hold it for 90 days. If it doesn't sell within 90 days, you get it back. It doesn't cost you nothing. If you pull it early, there is a fee for that, but nonetheless, a good little way for you to sell stuff and you know, it just works out for all parties intended there. As we see White Lane there going to take a strike. Now that'll be White's second strike also. So they, for James McCutcheon there, he's going to have to dial her back a smidge too. Gabriel Kirtley right now on the blue track checking some clearances on his wing car as he's trying to figure out why his car keeps lifting off. Like I said, a lot of these cars very, very light in the nose, so you want to try to get a little bit of weight on there. 23 seconds left to go in the heat right now. Nathaniel Burden's still out in the lead, 0 strikes currently. He's been really keeping his car on very, very tight. As we see a strike there for Black Lane. Now that's going to be Black's second strike. So we got a lot of black strikes. Or 2 strikes. Let's go over that. Jay Latham with 2. James with 2. Gabriel with 3 as he's out. Blue Lane, Sean with 2. And Black Lane, Guillermo Sire with 2. So it's been a very brutal Group 20 race for sure. As we get another yellow flag with 2 seconds left to go on the clock. Looks like it's going to be 3 guys here. And possibly 1 car coming on. Blue, red, and white. Blue's 3, red's 3, and white's 3. They're all gone. Yep. So in one fell swoop, that took 3 out with 3 seconds left to go. But they almost made it all the way to the end. And that's going to be a red flag rotation as we end our round robin 4 of 9. We're going to go over here and clear out the strike system here. And we're going to thank our sponsor, Subway of Livermore, Kentucky. 270-278-5999 for sponsoring the Group 20 wing car. And go get you a sub sandwich today. Get you one while you're here racing. Come on in and race and get you a sub sandwich. Take our receipt, get 10% off. Take their receipt, get 10% off here. Oh, the holiday footlong cookie? I didn't hear about that, but that sounds pretty good. Chocolate peppermint. So they do have the chocolate peppermint holiday cookies over there. So definitely check them out if you like chocolate with your mint. Oh, my wife thought that was funny. If you like chocolate with your mint. All right, we're going to head on over to the oval. Don't forget, Chad is live if you want to come on in and ask me or T or any of these guys questions. Or if you just want to give a shout out to one of these racers, one of your fans out there want to say something to one of your racers out there, we'll definitely relay the message. But anyways, folks, 2 minutes, 25 seconds. We'll be back with you. All right, that's my fault, folks. I held James up there a little bit. He was showing me one of his cars, so he's heading over there to track marshal the cars real quick. But yeah, he brought in a 332nd JK11 here, and you know they're cute little packages like the big cars, but they're just micro versioned. So we got here a strike on orange. They're first. But yeah, they are very cool, and they handle really well too. Because Tom Payton, we ended up getting one. We thought we were going to run this class a while back, and Tom Payton ended up getting him one, and he got a speed racer body put on his, put the lights in it and everything. We were going to run like a night series class up there at the Old Lanes Raceway, right whenever we did the LEDs and stuff like that. So White Lane's going to get a strike. And who else is getting a strike here? Black. Black going to get a strike. All right. There we go. White and black with strikes. But yeah, he raced it here, and they handle exceptionally well, which is a surprising thing because you'd think that being that small that they would have issues handling, but it's a fun little class, really. And you get the little 332nd smaller tires there, the foam tires in the rear, too. It helps them handle. Those are the same tires also that you get. A car right there getting T-boned. All right, there's some arguments going there about the yellow one not being out. So we'll see. Whatever cars get put on that start finish line are going to get strikes. So we'll see here shortly who they are. As we got purple, black, purple and black. All right, enough said. Purple and black. So that'll be black's second there for Josh Reinerson. So he's going to have to dial her back for the rest of the heat. As he's currently in third position there, holding it down. Nathaniel Burton still in the lead by 20-something laps. Guillermo Sire there in second position. So we get a yellow flag here and a car coming off around the old donut. So we're going to see who this is. And we see Guillermo there trying to help his backside of his car. So we see orange lane taking a strike here and green. Orange and green. So that'll be Orange's second strike. Nathaniel's, he's going to have to dial her back. Currently in the lead, so he definitely wants to dial her back a little bit for sure, as that's his second strike. And Nathaniel here not really having any strikes the whole time, as we see a car come flying off there on the horseshoe. We'll see who this is here. And that's going to be Purple Lane taking a strike. And that's going to be Purple's second strike there. So a lot of people already with two strikes here. And it's all about the let off here on the Group 20. As we look here at Nathaniel Burden, he's got a really good trigger when it comes to letting off. He almost got an incident there on the donut there, but we see a car come off there on the donut. I don't think James sees it, but it's right there at the upper portion of the donut. Purple's out. Okay. So purple's got three. Let's see who else we got here. A couple other cars coming. Looks like Gabriel Kirtley's out. So that'll be White Lane. Heading back over here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys left. So we're missing one here. It's like Josh Reinerson's car might have went off too there on Black Lane. So that'll be his third. And we got a yellow flag and another car coming off. Like I said, it's been a brutal race here for the Group 20 this week. But I know you can build a car for it. Orange. That's 3 for Orange. So Nathaniel, your current leader, taking his third strike there with 44 seconds left to go. That's very detrimental. Does Green get a strike? That's 2 for Green. We keep going at this route. Well, we ain't going to have anybody left by the end of this heat. A lot of times best just to let off later, join in the battle, than to come off for sure. Guillermo Sire there really on point there on the yellow lane though. He's got a fast car. He's currently got 0 strikes too, so that really helps Guillermo being able to make some push here on the yellow lane, turning 34 total laps also because he knows this as he's making some steadily improvements here on yellow lane. 10 seconds left to go, and we see a car coming off. I see James there grabbing that car. We'll see who it is. That's going to be on red lane. Now, it'll be red's first strike, too. Glenn Burton definitely got his car under control this week, as we can see him with just his first strike. I don't know if I've even gave Glenn a strike this race, other than that one. Two seconds left to go in the heat, and we're going to see a red flag rotation here. Go ahead and clear these strikes out. Take a look here at the track mate. We can see Nathaniel Burton still in the lead, 166 total laps, followed by Guillermo Sire with 161. Randy Kirtley there with 144, 135 for Josh Reinerson, 122 for Glenn Burton, 100 for Gabriel Kirtley, 99 for Jay Latham, 83 for Sean McCutcheon, and 46 for Jane McCutcheon. Can head over here to the oval and let you watch these guys work. Pretty good time right now, actually. We'll head back over here to the orange to thank our sponsor for the 4 crowns here in the Group 20 wing car, Livermore Subway, 270-278-5999. Give them a call, get you a Subway sandwich over here, and get 10% off if you use a receipt from us. Also, they got the holiday cookie. T just let me know that. That's a peppermint chocolate. So if you like peppermint and you like chocolate and you like cookies, what a combo. Heading over to the oval, let you watch these guys work. We'll be right back with you. All right, 4 red lights dropped out to green. Yet another heat with 4 out. So we're going to head back into racing for round robin 6 of 9, 3/4 of the way through the Group 20 wing car race, sponsored by Livermore Subway. 270-278-5999. Might have added that extra 9 there. Nathaniel Burton still hanging on to the lead there with 170 to Guillermo Sires 166 there in second, as we see our first strike there on Black Lane receiving a strike. And it looks like, there we go. Just waiting on somebody to hit the button there. So we see a slow roll around red there. James there getting his feet wet. We see another red flag here. Looks like 2 cars here. So blue and purple receiving strikes. Four red lights dropping out to green yet again. So we got another strike there for James. James still getting used to the 3 and out. Of course, we don't let the track marshals put them back on. They're not supposed to anyway. Liability issues for one. But for another, you're supposed to hit the button, kill the track, make sure it's all clear, and then you can put the cars back on. Guys found themselves a pretty good rhythm here. So see Nathaniel Burton. Looks like he might have got into a little bit of contact with the red lane there. So we're going to see who's getting strikes here. Looks like black lane and orange lane. So I was completely off. Now that's black's second strike for Sean. So he's definitely going to have to pull her back the reins a little bit for the next 1 minute or half a heat. Looks like we're losing a little bit of bandwidth getting sucked out of here. Oh, as a car flips down the backstretch there. Looks like Nathaniel Burton quick on the button there. As we get a car flying off the backstretch. And it's getting tossed by Glenn Burton. And that is on white lane. Now, this is white lane's first strike, and that is Nathaniel's car that flipped down the backstretch. 4 red lights drop out to green. We'll be going back racing again. A very, very rough Group 20 race here this week. We're about 3/4 of the way through, or 2/3, sorry. 2 cars getting involved again through the horseshoe here. Red has 2. Yeah, you have 2 right now. Red, green has none. Black, that's 3. So James still in it. Sean coming out. 37 seconds left in the heat. As red's going to take their third here. Wing car, definitely a hard car to get rolling here. As we see Guillermo Sire, he's seen a bump. See how he's got the braid roller here, folks? This is legal for racers to do. They just can't glue the track, but he's seen a little bump in there, and he's like, I got to get that fixed. And we're glad he's done that. That'll save his car a lot of trauma for sure. And he's already got one strike on him, so he definitely doesn't want another one. .26 seconds left to go. Nathaniel Burton's holding it down still, hanging on to that first position. Guillermo Sire turned in 2.930, the fastest lap time here right now on Orange Lane. And he's 2 laps down from Nathaniel. So we get another yellow flag here with 1 second left to go in the heat. You see a strike there for yellow, their first one. And we got a red flag rotation. Looking good here, folks. A little bit better than before, but still a very rough heat for 2 individuals here, but at least it wasn't 4. Now we can head over here to the track mate, and we can see Nathaniel Burton still hanging on to that lead. 2 heats left to go. Now we still have a couple guys that have 3 heats left to go. So Nathaniel Burton here hanging on to it, turning 201 total laps. The most laps he's turned is 39 in this race. Guillermo Sire turning 40. The most laps turned in this race so far, and it was on the same lane, which is yellow. So yellow, definitely a fast lane for these guys. Guillermo Sire totaling 199 with 2 heats left to go. Guys to watch out for, definitely Randy Kirtley here, as he's still got 3 heats to go, and Josh Reinerson there right behind him with 177. Glenn Burden also with 155 with 3 heats to go, so he's going to move up too. So just keep an eye out there for these guys. We're going to head on over to, you know what, I like scene 8. I think we've established this last week. This is a very favorited little view of pretty much everything Lanes Raceway has to offer, centralized view anyway. I also added the track mate to the side of it from last week. So now, you know, this might be our main view for the blue track. Nonetheless, about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. We'll be right back with you. All right, folks. We are round robin 7 to 9. Gabriel Kirtley retiring from the race scene for the Group 20 wing cars. He's working on probably his next car class. 4 lights are going to drop out to a green. We're back racing. 1 minute and 55 seconds. We made it 5 seconds without a wreck. Guillermo Sire now currently in the lead, 201 laps, as Nathaniel Burden is coming back from the restroom here. He's going to be our track marshal. We see Josh Ryerson grabbing the car there, and that's going to be on orange lane, receiving a strike, and that is Josh, his first. See two cars in contact with each other. So James McCutcheon coming out there, causing what looks to be Josh Ryerson coming out. Orange, 2. So that's his second strike there for orange. So Josh, with a lot of racing left to go, only 30 seconds into this heat, he's going to have to really dial her back to stay in. As we get a button press here. As that'll be 3 there for Josh Ryerson. Green, 1. Yeah. 4 red lights dropping out to a green. Here we go. 1 second, folks, as I get this screen connect put back up here. There we go. Every once in a while, the screen connect from Fairview IT Management has to go down a little bit. But we're thankful to Fairview IT Management for setting up that system for us so you guys can see live track data here. White and green. Green 2, white 1. And currently Guillermo Sire out in the lead there on white lane. As we see a yellow flag here. White. That's 2 for white. Guillermo Sire looking to see if there's any imperfections in the white lane here. Filling around. A little extra trigger action evidently. This goes to show you how close to the wire these cars really are. They're like the Formula One for slot car racing for sure. As we get a yellow flag. And that'll be 3 for green for James. So 4 red lights are dropping out to a green. Right now, 2 strikes. Guillermo Sire, everybody else, none. So people starting to get their rhythm down a little bit here. It's almost every heat we got at least 2 guys sitting out. So we have a car come off, it looked like off purple, and then black hit them. All right, 1 strike. Yellow has none. 46 seconds left to go in the heat. Randy Kirtley now taking over second position there with a 2.99 on Black Lane. Guillermo having a little hiccup there. Hopefully he can keep his car under control there until the end of the heat. As Guillermo Sire is in the lead. So we get a yellow flag here and a car coming off on the horseshoe. That'll be 2 for Black. Eight seconds left to go. And that's a red flag rotation. Yet another hard heat for the Group 20 wing car. So take a look here at the Trackmaster. Guillermo Sire's got one more heat to go. Randy Kirtley with 2. Guillermo currently in the lead with 2:34. Randy Kirtley 2:16. Nathaniel Burden with 2 more heats left to go with 2:01. And we got Glenn Burden 2 more, and he's at 190. Josh Reinerson there has got 1 more heat with 176. 169 for Jay Latham with 2 more. Sean McCutcheon has 2 more heats. He's at 128. Gabriel Kirtley, of course, dropping out there at 100. And James McCutcheon there with, I believe, 2 more heats also with 75, or he might be out. I'm not for sure. Gonna head to scene 8, let you watch these guys work, and thanks to Livermore Subway for sponsoring the Four Crowns, adding $1,000 to the pot for these guys in the Four Crowns, and Fairview IT Management for sponsoring the Four Crowns, adding $1,000 to the pot. So we appreciate those 2 sponsors there. Give Livermore Subway a call, get you a sub sandwich, 270-278-5999. All right, 3 seconds before we go back green racing. I better get over there quick. Clone Ranger, greetings from Atlanta, Georgia. Great racing between the drivers. Thank you, Clone Ranger. I love when guys come in and say encouraging things, and appreciate the racers here. I mean, I love watching these guys. I've caught them do so many interesting things. I've caught them put each other into walls. I've caught them sneakily trying to do things. And when I'm watching these guys do these races, it's kind of just their personalities coming out, and it's quite funny a lot of the times. Uh, Whenever I was younger, we used to play Halo like at each other's houses, and we would link up like CRT televisions, and that's what we would do for a Friday night. And after the match or whatever was over with, we would just meet up outside. Some of the guys would smoke and dip and stuff like that, and we'd meet up outside and we would just talk about our battle we just had. And it's funny, these guys do the same thing here. When they get done racing, they're talking about what happened on what heat and everything. I just love that kind of thing. It just kind of takes you back to a more simpler time. These guys racing their hearts out here at Lanes Raceway or anywhere for that matter. We love to see it. That's why I wish more slot car tracks would throw up live streams, and I'd really love to see more commentators while they're doing it. Uh, I mean, I'm not the best. Some of these cars are quite hard to follow. As we see a little bit of a bump there in the tracks, Randy Kirtley's going to roll it out there for some of the guys. These tracks, of course, get bubbled up after racing hard like this. When they come out, they kind of pull the braid up sometimes. Braid's held down by some contact cement. Red, white, and yellow getting strikes. But yeah, I do enjoy it as my only source of income and job. I really do enjoy what I do. I love slot car racing. I'm always trying to make it a better experience for the guys. Sometimes I fail at things, but I come back the next day and we come up with solutions. So I do like that. KRD Klein Racing Car Design says camaraderie in a hobby is the main reason to do it. You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding one bit. I mean, the camaraderie amongst all these guys. I mean, the guys are wanting to get a little bit of an edge on everybody and stuff like that. We kind of keep it within a certain limit when it comes to the motors and, some of the drivetrains on some of the classes. Lockdown gear ratios seems to be our favorite classes. It's just the way it is. The guys like racing each other, whether they think they do or don't. Um, and we find that to be the case more times than not. Kay Butler, I'm surprised to see slot car racing is still alive here in America. It died out a little bit towards the late 90s whenever computer gaming and stuff like that came to be. But I think, man, I just think people want to get back to social areas. They want to get back and hang out with each other and kind of distance themselves offline is what I'm starting to notice. There's a trend here. We started noticing a trend before we was even talking about slot car racing, a trend in people playing pinball again during the pandemic, which we just thought was crazy. So, I've always loved pinball, but, there used to be a pinball uh, in a Pizza Hut in Owensboro, and all these places you used to go eat, you could find a pinball. Well, now Owensboro is the closest big town to us, and I don't even think in the whole town of Owensboro they even have a pinball machine. So, other than like maybe somebody's house, but seeing slot cars come back, you're seeing pinball come back, arcades come back. I love it all. Clone Ranger says slot cars were my first hobby back in 1965. So see, uh, white 3. Um, but yeah, you're Clone Ranger. You're coming from my dad's generation there. Randy Kirtley there. I believe he is on yellow lane there. Hard to see him in the picture there, but you'll see him here. He's wearing a red and brown flannel. That's about his generation. He came from 1960s or so, 65 or so. They had a track over in Island, Kentucky, which is just right across the bridge. Orange getting a strike. And they had original Monarch orange, which is why this track got built. Uh, my dad built this track in 2000, and it's a replica of a Monarch orange with two pieces missing. We call it a tangerine because it's a little bit shorter. Kay Butler, I was a big time racer back in the day. I'll tell you what, I hope you guys are local. You guys just come on in and join in on the fun. These guys are currently racing for 4,000 big ones in the 4 crowns, and we're going to crown 4 crowns for the Lords of Plains Raceway and 1 big king crown for the king. And of course, to be the king, you know, it's probably a little late for that, is you have to get the most laps, and there is no drops. But for the crowns, we're not even halfway yet for the crowns, so you could definitely come in and have a chance of getting the Lord's crown and get your picture up on the wall, get your picture made with the other racers and stuff. Purple and black getting strikes. Purple 2, black 2. And then not only that, we do RC racing and drag racing slot cars too, and that's really been picking up here. Drag racing slot cars. We're going to do a point series, kind of like a Street Outlaws action kind of thing. Guys are going to name their own cars, and we'll do a closed box, have some interviews and stuff with them, and you know, run a little series. Kind of keep it interesting and fun. Act like we're all kids around here. I know when I was a kid, me and my buddy, we used to act like we were Michael Jordan and Bugsy Bogues, you know, making 3-pointers at the last second. Kind of similar, you know, racing too. I was Kel Yarborough or Ayrton Senna. My brother was always like Richard Petty or Rusty Wallace, and we were always making huge crashes and stuff like that. Blue, 2 strikes. On black, 3 strikes if they just wrecked. I'm guessing black's out there. Jay Latham. So if Jay wrecks again, of course it'll be 3. Right now, the only person with no strikes is Green Lane, Gabriel Kirtley, who is not racing. 1 strike for Nathaniel on red, 2 strikes for everybody else. So that will be, if that isn't Gabriel or Nathaniel, that's a strike, or 3 strikes. Yeah, it's 3. Nathaniel's out? Okay. So Nathaniel, what lane was he on? Yellow? No, he was on red. So we'll get him here. So I must have missed a few on Nathaniel, or he just pulled his car. So we're seeing James there on blue lane, going to receive his 3rd. A lot of people falling here, and us pretty close to the last heat here. As we see Sean there, that's going to be Sean's 3rd. Three. So we're dropping really big here as we got 2 racers left here. Man, this is the worst I've ever seen it. They're rooting Jay to crash out right now. But yeah, very seldom do you ever see this. If we get all of them to crash out, this will be a record. Because we've never had a full 8 completely crash out. And that's a term the kids like to use now when they get really angry and upset. They're like, man, I'm about to crash out. Well, here at Lanes Raceway, it means 3 strikes. Red flag, and Jay Latham popping off right there at the end. All right, let's go ahead and clear these strikes real quick, which was brutal, to say the very least. We'll head over to TrackMate, kind of look here. Randy Kirtley in the lead, 249, 234 for Guillermo, 220 for Nathaniel, 209 Glenn Burden, 199 Jay Latham, 184 Josh Reinerson, 151 for Sean McCutcheon, Gabriel Kirtley, 193 for Jane McCutcheon. I'll leave her on scene 8 here. Clone Ranger says, at a time when so many hobby stores closing, it's good to see you guys bringing back old and mixing in the new stuff. You rock. Man, Clone, I really do appreciate that, man. Thank you. We are trying to mix in some new stuff, you know. The newest thing we got this week, if you kind of look up there, just right under the double nine there right by our change machine right under there. We got us a couple of Roombas to clean the floors. That was a big change that we needed. As me and the wife, we constantly keep this place clean, so we wanted something to automate it a little bit because it usually takes about 3 to 4 hours to clean this place. So we were happy to get that. Right behind me, let me see if I can swap over here to me. I don't usually like leaving it on my face, but top qualifier right here, and that's going to be for the RC track. Now it's just a dry erase board. It's not much, but it's something that when the guys get the top qualifying, we're going to put their names up there and get them ready for the race. We got some other stuff planned too for the future. We also got a couple things lined out for selling cars here. We got a little mirrored glass encasement for people to sell their stuff here, and you know that goes twofold. It helps the track out. You know, there's not a lot of swapping and trading going on in here, you know, and people just coming just to do that, which you guys know hurts hobby stores quite a bit. As you know, what we sell here helps us out, helps keep the lights on and stuff. This is a bigger building. We are blessed that my brother is the one that owns the building, and he helps us out here. Like I said, he's Fairview IT. So he helped us get all the computer system going, all of the TVs, get all that stuff linked up. And as you can see, it's spot on. If you look at the little screen that they look at and the time that's on what you see, it's dead up. So you're seeing it 100% live here. We're not cutting any of that. And you know, just to get a system built out like that, if we was to hire that out, you know, and with the website and you know, linking all the live streams and stuff like that, you know, we're looking at $50,000-$60,000 for somebody to do that. So we're blessed. Thank the Lord for my brother and my family, and my brother's genius for sure, because he is very, very smart behind a computer, man. Very surprisingly smart, and I'm thankful for him to help us out, get this hobby into the next generation, you know, and give some caveats to some of the racers too. You know, nobody likes when their gears strip out or something like that, and nobody likes to hear the excuse like if they, you know, the only reason you beat me is because you stripped the gear. So we put the button on there. It gives them 120 seconds. That's 30 seconds to buy gear, 30 seconds to put it on, and you know, 30 seconds to get your car. So it's plenty of time to get that accomplished, and you don't have to hear that, you know. Because I remember when I was racing when I was younger, there's always live track, which there's still a place for live track if you can keep the guys. We're right now, you know, we're building guys and stuff like that. It's getting bigger each day, and I think it's going to continue to do so, because you know, me and my wife, we're here like all the time, just trying to keep up with everybody else and the wear and the tear on the tracks and stuff like that. But yeah, I love how the hobby's going, and we got a couple other places here around the area that do some drag racing. I think there's a couple tracks too. I know Apex has, I believe, a hill climb there in Nashville, Tennessee, but you know, that's a pretty good space away from where we're located. You know, there's a place that does hard body racing, and they kind of limit it to slower 18K motors in Bullitt County, which is really close to Louisville. That's probably the closest to us. But other than that, you know, there's a couple drag strips and stuff around the way. So we're blessed to have a lot of places to go and race slot cars, and that helps the guys make investment to do it too. The old hook of life, Glenn's trying to hook one there, but we did see a strike there on purple, so we're going to go ahead and get a strike there to purple. Now we are in our last round robin here. Probably just going to leave the stream rolling today. As the stream's rolling so good, there's no reason to drop out. I'm seeing good bit rates and stuff here, and I don't want to make another instance of this and it maybe go bad. So what we're probably going to end up doing is I'm just going to call the guys for the next race. We'll check them out, and then we'll just swap over from that, and we'll try to get at least 2 races in on one live stream. That's also going to be a strike there for green of Nathaniel Burden here. But as you can see, you know, we got plenty of racers. We had to split them up so that they all get a race next to each other. And I've seen that done before, where that you take an 8 top and you split it 4 and 4, and then you have 4 track marshals, track marshaling the other 4 and stuff like that. And it can work. But you know, I mean, the button's on there, the guys get to control it. There's no upset tempers when it comes to track marshals slow dogging you or anything like that. You hit the button, it's on you, you know, like you're as quick as you want to be. And the 3 strikes, you know, let's face it, if your car's coming off within 3 times within 2 minutes, you got something going on there if you've been racing for a bit. So purple's going to receive a strike there. or it's just really difficult. Like in this case here, these guys really don't have much wrong with their cars. They may not have them like perfectly tuned, but it is difficult to drive these Group 20s, guys. Don't be mistaken here. I mean, you see these cars humming around here. Uh, they're almost 100% on the trigger just to get them to take off, and you have to be almost 100% off the trigger just to get them to brake hard. So, and they're very, very light too. So they're right on the edge. Like I said, it's like racing Formula One on a simulator. It's tough. So, you know, a lot of these guys can watch from here and say, man, I could do better than these guys, you know. But really, purple 3. But yeah, really, you know, you just got to feel it to believe it. And when you're here, they make a lot of noise too, and it's extremely loud. So you know, it's not an easy thing. Wing cars not an easy thing unless your track is just built for nothing but wing car. Then it's all about glue placement, and car setup, and stuff like that, and keeping your car as cool as possible. So green's going to take a strike there. Now that's green's second strike. Uh, so if they get another one, they'll be off for the remainder of the heat. We're halfway through this final round robin here. Randy Kirtley now in the lead, 270 laps, followed by Guillermo Sire with 254. As we hit another yellow flag here in a car coming off, we see Josh Ryerson pitched up like he's ready to catch a baseball there. As we get a strike there on black lane. But something that really saved Lanes Raceway and gave us the encouragement to move to a bigger place from last year was simply memberships. You know, memberships work. And the guys, you know, especially if they're wanting to support the hobby that they're in, you know, they're more than open to get that membership. And that's, you know, if you're here all the time, it's not as beneficial for Lanes Raceway. But at the same time, it is guaranteed money coming this way, and it helps keep hobby stores rolling. So we do appreciate our members here, and we do let them have some special caveats, like all of our members here, which is mostly everybody here. Um, they're not paying for these races like a normal place would charge you to race. Or get on the track and play around. They don't get charged for that either. Anytime we're open, they get to get on the tracks for free. And then where I'm sitting here in the simulator, if they want to practice racing like iRacing or something like that, this is a motion simulator with Fanatec direct drive wheel and everything, and they get to get on it and play around for free as much as they want. So they do got some pretty good caveats for sure. Some of the things that kind of did change that, you know, maybe not the best ideals, because, you know, we are limited on space here, is we used to let the guys keep their stuff out over at Old Lanes, but really it was just circle track racers there, so it was always just the same guys with their stuff out, and instead of making them take it home every day, you know, we just got in the habit of that. It made things quicker and stuff like that too. But anywho, now they have a vault that they can put their stuff in. So yellow. Who? Be 2. But yeah, so now they got a little vault area in the back. They get a key code or card, and they scan in like they're protecting gold at Fort Knox back there. And you know, they like that too. So they get to put their stuff in there, and it's a nice climate controlled area, protected away from other people and stuff like that. We're always trying to help the guys out the best we can, while still trying to keep the lights are burning here, as they say. Randy Kirtley there in the lead, 286 total laps, 269 Guillermo Sire, 254 Nathaniel. Glenn Burden, 240, 237 for Jay Latham, 184 Josh Ryerson, 181 Sean McCutcheon, 181 Sean McCutcheon, 184 Josh Ryerson, 104 James McCutcheon, and Gabriel 100. And let's see here as we go to scene 8. This is Clone Ranger laughing. What a concept. Membership. that is worth being a member. You're killing me. uh, yeah, I mean, all these tracks you see, the drag strip. Oh, and that's another thing I didn't mention. So on our drag race nights, we have Thursday and Friday. They can enter up to 10 cars, which is $30 basically, because it costs $3 to enter a car. Um, they can enter up to 10 cars. Now, a lot of times they don't, but we pay for that for them to get into that. And of course, they have to pay for their own buybacks, but it's a good deal, what these guys get. Uh, and especially when they're racing on a 2023 Worlds track here, one of three. These are very rare tracks for sure, and both our Worlds track and our drag strips built by Giannis Nobkins. So, very cool. Wife's taking pictures of them now as they're lined up over there by the podium. She's rolling back around to the sales station here. Guys, I'm going to be back with you. We're just going to leave the live stream rolling. I'm going to try to get the guys in our next rotation here on the oval. We should be back running here in about maybe 5-10 minutes. Oh, WON. Okay, that'll work. All right, folks, we're back. It looks like we got some of the guys getting their cars put on there right now. Jackson Darty says, "Hey there, little guy." I don't know who he's talking to, but I know he ain't talking to me unless he wants me to get my belt off real quick. All right, let's see here. Got to get this swapped over from the track mate real quick. I'll leave it on scene 8 there. Give me 1 second here, folks. Make sure that lines up good. Looks decent. Got 4 cars right now on the start finish line. I teched everybody's car just a few minutes ago, so I do know that they're all legal. They've passed tech. We will get back with you here in just a second when everybody gets all their stuff put on there. All right, everybody's over there. They're getting lined up. Looks like Glenn Burden's going to be on deck here. 9 delicious round robin heats. Oops. Dropping stuff. Ugh. All right, is everybody ready? Power simulators moved around on me. All right, guys, are we ready? Watch them lights. Here we go, folks. 4 red lights dropping out to a green. We got another 9-decker here. 9 guys rolling here hard in the Hometown Heroes class. Now, all lock gear ratio here, 929. Stomp motors in the back. A little yellow flag, little rider action there. We get our first car to come off. As you can tell, these cars are a whole lot smoother sounding than the other ones. These are 48 pitch running Parma gears, usually with stainless steel pinion gears, so they are a little bit smoother action. That's going to be a strike there on black lane. All right, microphone died there for a second, but we're back green racing. Jay Latham out in the lead now. They're on yellow lane, as we can see him kind of coming in down low on blue lane there of Sean. And him and Sean battling back and forth there. Sean not giving him much room as he battles it back, but now letting Jay go on by. Jay Latham, of course, still hanging on to that lead spot as he's got a car on his high outside there on green. That's Nathaniel Burden. Nathaniel Burden running a pretty successful, good race last heat, or last race when we was running the Group 20 stuff. And we're going to get a wreck popping off here. And that's going to be seeing another strike here. As you can already tell, the guys a whole lot more comfortabler on, if that is a word, comfortabler on the oval than they are the orange track. Jackson Darty says, just drove by. Jackie, you should have gave us a honk. We probably would have heard it on the live stream. 58 seconds left to go in the heat. Gabriel Kirtley now taking over the lead there down on purple lane as we see him rushing up. He's got a car coming on his back. That is Jay Latham there on the yellow lane. Jay Latham dive bombing it down in there, and it's going to cost him as Jay Latham's car comes off. Now, Gabriel Kirtley not getting that lap. He's going to push his car back there on purple so that he will be able to get that lap. Now, Jay Latham there is going to take a strike there on yellow. That'll be his first. Four red lights are dropping out to a green. Pretty uneventful so far as it comes to Rex. Jay Latham and Gabriel Kirtley battling out as Gabriel Kirtley comes on the inside of Jay, but he's giving him room, and he makes the pass, and Jay allows it to go by. And Gabriel Kirtley now leading the pack of the top 3 here. Josh Reinerson now in black lane, taking over second position. Gabriel Kirtley still hanging on to that lead. Josh Reinerson's car is about a half of a lap difference between Gabriel and Josh. If you look right now at the crook of the track, that's Gabriel, your leader, and right there to the left of him on the front stretch is Josh Reinerson on black. That's the difference between these two. Currently about a half a lap down from each other. As we see Glenn Burden putting a yellow car of Jay Latham, his second strike, back on. 4 red lights are going to drop out to green. We're going to head back green racing yet again as we're going to try to do a quad feature here tonight and let this live stream rock and roll all the way until we're done here. A car coming off there on black lane. Josh Reinerson's car just leaking out after the crook of the track. Most guys know if you come out a little hot and get that back in swapping side to side, this can take place in the crook of the track and pull you right out. I always tell the guys you could go wide open, but it really depends on how smooth you come out of the horseshoe portion of the track. So keeping the back smooth and straight coming out is the only way that you can really hit that crook of the track wide open with these stomp motor cars. Now, it's not with every car, just these cars in general that you can do that with. We do have like a 4-inch super late model class that you just can't go wide open on green, white, or red through the crook. You almost have to feather it just a hair. But that's going to be the end of our first round robin. Gabriel Kirtley is going to hang on to that lead. Nobody in the oval taking 3 strikes there, as that was a pretty good little first heat there. Gabriel Kirtley in the lead, 57 laps, 56 for Guillermo, 55 for Josh Reinerson. There's your top 3. Now in 4th position, Jay Latham, 54, leading early on, but having a couple wrecks there pushed him back there to 4th position. 52 for Nathaniel, 50 tied for Sean and Randy, 47 there for James, and Glenn Burden, of course, setting out, will come in this next heat. Going to leave it over here on the oval so you can watch these guys work, and we'll be right back with you. Tim Hall says, hey guys. Hello, Tim. Tim came in a little bit yesterday. We shut down lanes a little bit early. We had to get some stuff going on for today before we got in here. So we had to shut down just a hair bit early. You know, sometimes you got to do that. And Tim come in and practice a little bit with his 1RC. Now we race 1RC here at Lanes Raceway on Tuesday nights, and check out those live streams on Tuesday. And the guy's been beating, banging, having a good time with that, experimenting. And I think some of the guys even now putting scales on some of the cars, trying to get it perfect where we can come up with a nice setup for weight to be able to, right out of the box, everybody be able to drive them and stick pretty good to the track. So that's going to be pretty cool if we can get that going on. You see the oval RC track there to the right. Gabriel Kirtley there coming around. He's getting his car under work. Later on, we'll be racing on the old blue track here, as you see. We're going to be running the Fairview IT Cup, and that's a perfect time to talk about our sponsors here at Lanes Raceway for the 4 Crowns. Fairview IT Management out of Owensboro and Bowling Green, calling for your computer needs. These guys are a no mess around kind of group, and I'll tell you what, man, they know what they're doing, so definitely give them a shout. Livermore, Kentucky Subway, our other sponsor for the 4 Crowns, 270-278-5999, and we're happy to have both of these as our sponsors. But you know, Subway hits a little bit closer to home. Right next door is where the Subway is located, and you can go right next door with a receipt, get 10% off, get you a sub sandwich. Tell them Lanes Raceway sent you, I guess. And I also have the Christmas cookie, peppermint chocolate cookie, so you definitely want to try that out, as they do have the latest and greatest holiday cookies over there. Also a good time just to say, if you guys like what you see, like, share, subscribe to all your friends, family, and enemies, all that good stuff. Let everybody know that got some hobby racing going on here. Good times, good friends. And we like to even have a little bit of music playing while we race, just more of a casual atmosphere. And then on top of that, we also have some pro racing, kind of like this. It's about as serious as it gets here at Lanes Raceway, and as you can tell, it don't get that serious. So the guys just having a good time and doing their best that they can to try to get on that podium picture. All of our pictures posted every time we have a race on Facebook. And I was actually asked by Tim, are we going to get some podium pictures for the RC? And, you know, that was something I hadn't thought about. But, yeah, we will. This Tuesday, we are going to be having podium pictures for the RC. You know, a lot of stuff going on here lately. It's just a big head full of things to do here at Lanes Raceway still yet, but we are slowly ticking things off of the books here as we continue back racing. Gabriel Kirtley there down on black lane leading the pack. Just right behind him, Guillermo Sire there on white lane as he comes up. Gabriel Kirtley is coming to get his first person here. Nathaniel Burton there on blue lane. Next to him, Jay Latham. Gabriel Kirtley makes those passes clean as he comes up on Josh Reinerson there on yellow, making that pass clean. Josh Reinerson really driving her deep there, staying neck and neck with him a little bit, but Gabriel's able to break away as he's got a shorter lane to contend with. Up on his high side there, coming up on purple lane is Sean McCutcheon, and we get our first flag here. And I believe that is Gabriel Kirtley coming off there on black lane. So Gabriel Kirtley there, of course, going to take a strike. Sean McCutcheon gaining a lap there as he's turned 20 laps so far. Josh Reinerson 20, Nathaniel 20, Gabriel Kirtley turning 21 so far, but he's going to lose one here as he gets his car put back on at the start finish line. Now making a dive bomb low there through the high bank sometimes spells disaster, and in this case it paid off for Gabriel, but it might have took the win off of Sean, as we see Sean there coming off the crook of the track as his car got a little squaggly coming through the high banks, and when he slowed down, the back end kind of swerved out a little bit, causing him to be unsettled coming out of Dead Man's Corner, and then he finally was just a little bit too unsettled, and he kicked out right there at the kick of the track. We see it all the time. Purple Lane going to take a strike. But I will say this, guys won't lift, so sometimes it spells disaster as soon as it happens when they get in there on the high banks with each other and they go flying, boys. Last week we had a car go about 7-8 foot up in the air, and we caught that on camera. That was crazy. So we got a car here to the high outside. Now this is where we usually see our wrecks here, is on the high outside here. We call that the trash lane. Red lane, of course, being the trash lane. So we got a sticker come off a car there. It looks like on green. Red lane's going to take a strike here. That'll be their first. Chat is up and live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. If you guys want to talk or ask questions, we're definitely open for any of the questions. We prefer it to be PG, but we are open for that. As we see another car come off on the inside. I don't know if Black's safe there. They might be safe. I did see them hit them right in the rear end, and it looks like Black is safe. So Randy taking a double take, though. See if it maybe it came out, but looks like it's good for at least this time. And we're going to see him put the car there on blue lane. Nathaniel Burden going to take his first strike. 51 seconds left in the heat. Like I said, Gabriel Kirtley in the lead as he makes a real big jaunt of speed there, and he catches the whole pack and passes them within one lap there. As he goes down low here, he's going to try to take the green lane of James, and he does so. His next victim coming up there on blue lane, Nathaniel Burden. He makes side-by-side action there as we get a wreck in the high banks. Gabriel Kirtley actually bringing something up about the RC and the yellow flags given. And we're working on a fix. I think he came up with one, but I just kind of let it slip my mind there. So we get somebody just slinging their car all the way to the start-finish line there. And that's going to be a strike there for red lane, their second. But what happens is as soon as I hit the yellow flag, it cuts all lap times. And last week, evidently, I didn't check it on the live stream, but evidently I cut 2 laps of his and Jason's out at one time going through there because the yellow flag happened right before they were crossing the line. So we're going to work on a fix for that, and I think we're just going to wait on whoever's in the lead in their pack to go on through, and then we're going to cut the yellow after a lap. So strike there on green. We'll see how that works. What's optimal is if you do have 2 guys track marshaling, 1 on each corner, and we might have to work on that as we grow our 1RC racing here at Lanes Raceway, because then you can just scoop the cars real quick and flip them back over. But right now the way it is it's kind of like a track call that I control while live streaming. And, I'm not perfect. I hit it as soon as I see a car up on its lid, and it just so happenstance be that while that took place twice, I cut laps off and they lost laps. So, that's why we're running these preliminary style races before we start a series. We try to work the kinks out before we get anything rolling for sure. And I think we're getting there with the rules and stuff. Now, the rules are posted on our website, www.lanesraceway.com, if you're interested in getting the 1RC action. Our slot car rules are going to be posted this coming week, so stay tuned for all of that. Gabriel Kirtley in the lead, 116, 113 for Josh Reinerson, 110 for Guillermo, 109 for Jay Latham, 107 for Nathaniel, 102 for Sean, James there with 94, 50 for Randy, and 45 for Glenn. Heading over to the oval, let you watch these guys work. We'll be right back with you. All right, about 50 seconds before we go back green racing, we can see some of the races already lining up there. It gives me a pretty good opportunity to let you know that we do have pinball tournaments here at Lanes Raceway. They run all month long. You can come in and scan in. You can see the pinball tables there in the upper left-hand portion of your screen. And we do have Stern Insider on every one of our machines. So if you do have a Stern Insider connected on your phone, you can scan in here and see how well you do on the points here at Lanes Raceway. Not to mention, you can compare your points on the app to see how well you do with everybody around the whole world. And we actually do have some pretty high scores as it is in contention with some of the places around here, at least on the machines. Now, our main score counter is on a different one because we do tournaments, so we always do the 1 month tournament boards, and that refreshes monthly. So if you're coming up and you're wanting to try your luck at playing games, that's for the green button. But if you want to try your skill, then you need to hit that yellow button and try to compete with everybody else. It turns all the bells and the wheels and the randomness off, and you can compete for prizes with that. So you definitely want to check that out. There's nothing you really have to worry about. We take care of it all. At the end, we see who the winners are, and we post it on Facebook. If you're one of those people, show up and collect. All right, strikes for orange and blue there. Their first strikes. Not to mention, sometimes it's just fun just to come in here and listen to the music, play a little pinball. And as long as we're not having a race on the RC track or the blue track, if you'd like, we can shut the lights off back here. We got a whole row of lights right above the pinball machines that we can shut off so you can better see it. And, you know, cuts down on the glare. And also, you're more than welcome to grab these machines and shake them and kick them and everything else you got to do to try to keep your ball alive, because we want you to develop a good pinball skill for sure in case you go and enter other tournaments and stuff around the area. Some tournaments in Nashville, I think some up in Evansville, and we got quite a clientele of people that come down to do it. So we're planning on getting more pinballs in the future and expanding on that. So red and blue going to take strikes there. Now that's blue's second strike. So we'll go back green racing here. Gabriel Kirtley, your leader there on yellow lane. As he starts moving up the field here, we see him make a pass down on the black lane of Sean there. Sean's still trying to get his rhythm down here. And a let off there from the blue of James. That's friendly encouragement there, as he didn't want to run in the corner there with him. And could have caused some issues, but allowing the leader to go by, this is always respected in racing. Doesn't mean you have to do it, but it is respected, as we see James letting a couple go by, even the one on orange there of Josh Reinerson, as we see Gabriel Kirtley making that pass on Josh Reinerson on the inside. And there's a big old cluster of these cars rolling now, as we see white and green and a car coming off in the crook of the track there. And I believe that's Josh Reinerson's car there coming off in the crook. Now this will be Josh's second strike here. So he's going to have to dial her back there for the next 35 seconds or so. Sorry, I hit orange track because I was thinking orange. But nonetheless, Gabriel Kirtley still in the lead. Josh Reinerson there in second as he gets his car set back. These guys' liveries, we made them here in-house at Lanes Raceway. Car cleared them, as we see Josh Reinerson's car just straight drive, straight ahead. That'll be his third strike. And then we also have another one here on the green one. And I got to see where that car goes because I don't know whose car that is. So that'll be blue. That'll be 3 for orange and 3 for blue. Both of them got 3 strikes. No, blue's got 3. Yeah, that was blue and orange's third strike. 1 strike now on red, everybody else with no strikes. 30 seconds left to go here in the heat. As we see Gabriel Kirtley there now, Nathaniel Burden and Jay Latham taking over the top 3 positions there. Sean also moving up into 4th position there down on black lane. And that's going to be a red flag rotation two guys getting it out on that one. Is like they might have got into each other a couple times. Who knows? Track mate here says Gabriel Kirtley in the lead, 174 average of 58 laps, 55 average for Nathaniel Burden at 165, 161 for Jay Latham, averaging 53.7. That's your top three. Sean McCutcheon there in fourth position with 156 laps, 149 for Josh Reinerson, 129 for James McCutcheon, 110 for Guillermo, 101 for Randy Kirtley, and 96 for Glenn Burden. Heading back over here to the oval, we see some of the guys working hard. If you like what you see, and you like slot car racing, you like RC racing, you like drag racing, you like all kinds of racing, any kind of racing, hey, give us a like, share, subscribe, and let us know what you think about it. Also, if you got any questions or comments here at Lanes Raceway, you can comment on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. And that's what we're live streaming to using Restream.io. Compliments to Fairview IT Management for setting all that up, setting the infrastructure for all that up. We do appreciate that. And they are currently a sponsor here for the Four Crowns, adding $1,000 to the pool for these racers to show their skills off. And also our other sponsor, we just ran that race, the Group 20 Wing Car Subway of Livermore class. Subway of Livermore, of course, gets you a new holiday cookie, the peppermint chocolate cookie, and that's right next door. Take a receipt, get 10% off. Guillermo Sire there, he's stickering up his car or something there on red lanes. He checks the braid. One of the very few I noticed that check his lane. Now, of course, the braid roller is out there for anybody that would like, and I think this is why Guillermo does so well a lot of the times, is he's very methodical in his approach on how he puts his car out there and what he's trying to do. He's looking there to see if the braids are in good order on his car and on the track, and he fares really, really well on the oval track. One minute, and we're going to see Jay Latham, King of Lanes Raceway currently. He's going to be our track marshal for this heat. Did come into some good news this week. Both heaters now working at Lanes Raceway. Come to find out, a little 5-amp fuse blew right when they was getting the gas and stuff turned on here last week. And that's why it didn't come on. There wasn't any power. We knew that, but we didn't know if it was the fuse or not. But come to find out, that's what it was. And they fixed that right up, fired right up on a dime, and smelled like burnt hair in here for about 10 minutes. And everybody was gagging and everything else. But, you know, it's no old system above the ceiling, just a brand new, well, it's a brand new old system. Let's put it that way. So the ducting and stuff's all old, but the system itself is brand spanking new. So, yeah, it had a little stank to it, but once that burned off and everything, we was rolling through. Actually smoked a motor that night, drag racing. It was family drag race night on Thursday. Gabriel Kirtley currently your leader with 178 total laps, followed by Nathaniel Burden down on black. Now we're going to see Nathaniel Burden here making some leaps and bounds up here on Gabriel Kirtley as he goes to pass Gabriel Kirtley right now, and waiting on a flag button here as we get a flag button take place. Black lane, of course, getting that lap, and orange not. So we're going to see a strike there for purple lane, and that's James there getting a strike. Gabriel Kirtley there losing a lap to Nathaniel as Nathaniel's about 2 car lengths ahead of him there on black. Have a little spotty off of the takeoff there, but Gabriel Kirtley's going to try to make a pass there on yellow lane of Sean, and he's driving around him easily there. Oh, and and he brakes just in time to save himself from a strike. But we do see a car off on its lid and another one in the high banks as Guillermo Sire goes to grab that car. And one off in the crook of the track there that Jay Latham scoops up there with the Sasquatch shirt on. One of the only men I know that's got picture evidence of the Sasquatch. And it is a frightening picture, to say the least. I've seen it. Yellow, blue, and white taking strikes here. Four red lights are dropping out to a green. Speaking of Sasquatches, a lot of stories around this area, both in Island, Sacramento area, and here in the Livermore area of Kentucky. Lots of Sasquatch sightings here. I know that just in the past 10 years or so, about 3 of them out there on 1080, which is just north of main town Livermore. Purple and white. Purple's got one, purple's got two, white's got two. So purple and white there with two. But I used to live out there up on 1080, Highway 1080. And I'll tell you, man, sometimes at night, especially in the summertime, man, you could go out there and, I don't know, it's like a cross between a lion and a cow and a pig all together. There's like sounds that sound like that, and it's just creepy. But it could be a lion, a cow, and a pig because there are farmers out there. So, I mean, you could just be hearing them all at the same time. Who knows? But I did enjoy living out there for sure. It's very quiet, very peaceful. But sometimes you would hear weird stuff. Strike there on black. That'll be their first strike. I keep clicking on the orange track because I'm so used to clicking on it from the first race we had. Ooh, and a hard hit to the high outside there. I'll get a yellow flag here. And I think that's James there on purple, his third. So we'll go ahead and give him his third strike there as we move back over to the oval. Live stream faring very well here today at Lanes Raceway. Good internet, and we're appreciative of that every time we get good internet for sure. So we get a car dumping off there, coming a little wiggly out of the dead man's corner there. Caused the car to dip off a little. And I don't know what lane this is, but that's going to be yellow lane. That'll be yellow's second strike. 4 red lights dropping out to green. Yellow with 2, white with 2, black with 1, blue with 1. Of course, purple with 3 currently. And another yellow flag, so we see a car kicked off into the crook of the track, maybe getting a little side-by-side action with another car there on yellow. Jay Latham bringing her around here. We'll see who it is. Currently in round robin 4 of 9, almost halfway through. Actually, a little over halfway. So red, that'll be their first strike. You know, something I found too was running in the basement back in the day. The strike program, man, always added that extra little bit of adrenaline because, especially when you're down on 2 and you still had to push good laps, I live for that feeling. It's a very good feeling to have the butterflies rolling midstream and you're beating and banging and you're on your last strike. It's pretty intense to say the least. Not a lot of people like to drive when they're under that kind of adrenaline rush, but I sure did like it. Yellow lane going to take a strike. That's yellow's third. Three strikes there for yellow. 4 red lights dropping out to a green. Let's get another car dive bombing down low. So that was Josh Reinerson's third there on white lane. He told Jay Latham just to throw her in the garbage. That's what he said. But he'll get it figured out. Red laps here, or red heat. We're going to go ahead and clear the strikes. Another brutal heat there that we've seen today. 3 of them going out on that heat. So head over to the track mate. We can see Gabriel Kirtley in the lead, 230, 223 for Nathaniel Burden, 203 for Sean, 295 for Josh, Guillermo, 162, 161 for Jay, 154 for Randy Kirtley, 151 for James, and 148 for Glenn. Take this time to go to our main screen here. Take a look at Livermore Subway, our sponsor for the Group 20 Wing Car class here. 270-278-5999 if you're in the area. Let them make you a sub sandwich. Fairview IT Management also sponsoring the Fairview Cup Series here at Lanes Raceway, and that's coming up here shortly. And we got the rest of this race and 2 more to go before the end of the night. These guys race very, very hard on Sundays for sure. It's the day that we get the most of the guys together. And we do appreciate these guys coming in here and doing that. But thanks to our sponsors for throwing up $1,000 for these guys. Very exciting. I'm going to leave it over here on the oval. And we'll be right back with you as soon as these guys come out of the pits. All right, looks like we got about 40 seconds or so before we go back green race, and Josh Reinerson making his way around. Now, Josh is going to be our track marshal for this heat. Jay Latham, of course, on red lane. Gabriel Kirtley on white. Guillermo Sire on green. Sean McCutcheon on orange. Randy Kirtley on blue. Nathaniel Burden on yellow. Glenn Burden on purple. And James McCutcheon on black. So 5 seconds, we're going to see those 4 red lights drop out to green. We're going to be back green racing here on the oval. And it's going to be a beat and a banger if it's anything like the previous heat. But we are now over halfway here on the Hometown Heroes class, selected earlier this year to be a crown for the 4 crowns. Gabriel Kirtley out in the lead, 234. He's going to have to stave off Nathaniel Burden there on yellow as we see 2-3 cars hard hit. One of them way up in the high banks there. Set a roof coming off of one of them here. That's a neon colored one here. So interesting. We might have to have a little bit of a button press, get a little glue action going there. We're going to see the cars get put on here, and then we'll give strikes out accordingly. So green, orange. Looks looks like Sean's going to do a quick pit stop here. So, but right now, green and orange going to take strikes. And I'm sure the guys are going to hit the button for them, give them that minute and 30 seconds that they need. And during this time, we're going to see there in the left-hand corner of your screen, Guillermo Sire. He's going to take a quick look at his car while he still can. That's one thing for sure. Hard hits do ensue. Right there on the upper right-hand portion of your screen, Gabriel Kirtley asked him if he thought he was going to win it. I said, well, you don't want me saying you're going to. Everybody here, especially the long timers of the stream watching the live stream, anytime that I say somebody's going to win, they have the worst luck of their life. So definitely, I just told him, I said, you don't want me telling you. So we're going to see Black Lane James McCutcheon going to take a strike there, his first. And we also hear that beep of the siren going back off there on the center of the track. That's their 1 minute and 20 seconds. Josh Reinerson there, track marshaling. Key to this is to have your car tires about a 1/16 of an inch off of the track. You don't want them touching because that's too much drag. And then also if they're touching and you get bent, it's going to pull you out as soon as you come out of dead man's corner a lot of the time. So you want that happy medium where it's floating 90% of the time but not touching. And with the hard body chassis, that's a lot easier. They use the 332nd axle, like the retro axles in the front with the bigger tires and stuff, and they're a little bit thinner. You can paint them up really nice with some fingernail polish, make them slick. We allow that, but they can't, of course, they can't get on the track with wet fingernail polish, but they can get on there with some dry fingernail polish where it's slick. Some of the guys even sand it and kind of buff it even, and that's fine too, just to make them slick, you know. And it does help. All that little bitty stuff like that does help. And that car comes out on the front stretch as it gets caught up in another car's air there, and it swoops that thing hard straight into dead man's corner. That's going to be a strike there for orange, their second. I'll tell you right now, if that was me, I would definitely be looking at that car before putting the button back on as it hit directly on. Now this is the bend I was telling you about. We might see another issue here with this orange car here because it's more than likely bent here, folks. But it made it a lap or two there on orange. But like I said, you know, usually when they hit hard like that, it bends the guide flag, if not cuts them in two. I've seen that happen before. We've not had that many of an issue since we've been using the Parma blades from Mid-America. And I will tell you this, guys, I really don't want to tell you because then you'll want to buy up all the Parma blades. But I love the Parma blades, man. They're the best guide flags. We like to keep a stock of them here. Now, we can't keep a big stock because we're not made of money. But that same thing, we like to always at least keep a sleeve of the Parma blades here. Not the graphite type, but the manila colored ones. They're not the prettiest guide flag for sure, but they do hold up. And that's something I do like about those. And they got a nice Teflon-y kind of feel to them, kind of slick. And that helps a lot too. So that'd be a strike there for White Lane. Gabriel Kirtley, your current leader. He's only up by 3 laps as Nathaniel Burden is really cranking those laps on yellow. And he's going to make another lap there on Gabriel as he makes the pass on the inside there. Just below him on Black Lane is James. And he's making that pass nice. Oh, as he whips it around there. And he makes another lap there right at the end as the heat is over. So Gabriel Kirtley, of course, going to go to red lane after this. Most likely not going to be able to hang on to that lead come next heat. But there is a chance for him before this race is said and done to make a comeback there. Now we're looking at Gabriel Kirtley there, 52 total laps. Now Guillermo Sire is able to turn 54. So the guy that is turning the most up high is Guillermo Sire. And a lot of the times, this is the decision maker is the up high lanes. Gabriel Kirtley, of course, turning 59 total laps there on black. So it's going to be a battle right now, it looks like, between Guillermo and Gabriel Kirtley. So, but a lot of racing left to go, so we'll wait and see. 282 for Gabriel, 280 for Nathaniel, and Sean 251 there in third position. heading over to the oval right now. 2 minutes and 54 seconds. We'll be back with you. Watch these guys work on the cars, and we'll see you soon. All right, folks, about a minute before we go back green racing. If you like what you see, like, share, subscribe to all your friends, families, enemies, all that stuff. Chat's live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. And like I said, a special thanks to our sponsors, Subway Group 20 Wing Car class here at Livermore, Kentucky Subway, 270-278-5999. They're giving $1,000 to the Four Crowns Racers. We're matching it here at Lanes Raceway, and Fairview IT Management Cup Series. Also adding $1,000. You can find these guys for all your computer needs at Owensboro or Bowling Green, Kentucky. Back to the race here, though. 10 seconds before we're going to see these guys go green. We'll see those 4 red lights light up going into a green, and they're going to be racing. So far, a pretty smooth race. Gabriel Kirtley now on deck as he's going to be track marshaling for this heat. Josh Reinerson back in on red. Then we see Sean McCutcheon there on white, Guillermo Sauer on blue, Jay Latham on green, Randy Kirtley on purple, Glenn Burden on black, James McCutcheon on yellow, and Josh Reinerson, of course, like I said, there on red. Nathaniel Burden right now out in the lead. He's been up in the front for pretty much the whole race here, turning 288. He's going to have this one and one more, and he'll have to set out. So he's going to have a pretty good advantage on these guys up until he sets out. As we get a red call button hit here, we are going to see the white lane take a strike here. Of course, black not getting a strike there, but white will. And that's Sean McCutcheon. Just remember, guys, we got 2 more races after this. We're just going to leave the stream up and try to run all 4 in one big stream. And see if that works a little bit better than splitting them all up into 4s, and I'll let you guys be the deciders of that. But I do know that while the live stream's rolling, you really don't want to mess it up sometimes. It ends up messing up a lot of things when you pull different instances. So we'll just try to stay live the whole time. If it ever does drop out, we can always fire it back up and worry about it then. But we're going to see another strike there on white lane. That'll be the second strike for Sean McCutcheon. So he's going to have to pipe her down a little bit there on white. White sometimes being an aggressive lane, especially if your car's a little bent, it will pull you out on the crook of the track a lot of the times. So you definitely want to keep the back end stable coming out of the track. Not to mention you are in somewhat of a trash lane when you are in white or red for sure. They're always catching the trash for sure. As we see another car coming off, that's going to be his third strike there off White Lane, and we see another car come off in the crook of the track. So Sean there with his third strike. And Black Lane now going to receive a strike. As we see 4 red lights dropping out to a green. Down low, Glenn Burden turned a 2.094, but Randy Kirtley turned a 2.080 there on Purple Lane. A stalled car there, yellow. James McCutcheon there. I think he wasn't really stalled, but letting guys go by. James McCutcheon, so far, what I've noticed with him is he is a very respectful driver, allowing people to go by when they're a little bit faster. So we do appreciate that. I hope the guys pay him just as much respect as he's showing these guys. So it looks like 2 cars coming off here. Nobody in fear coming out just yet, but the fear could be that you might possibly get 2 strikes here. Red and blue, so they're going to get their first strikes, red and blue is. That's red and blue's first strikes, of course. 24 seconds left to go in the heat. This is round robin 6 of 9. And nice smooth little runs here as we see black and purple both battling it out. Purple wanting to make a pass there on black, and it's a cluster going out through there as we see James lefting off there again on yellow, allowing purple and black to go on by. Scott Moore jumping in the chat says, used to race back in the late 70s. Still have a lot of my cars, AFX. Well, if you still got a lot of your cars, most likely you probably have some cars that'll work here at Lanes Raceway. We've got cars that are pretty old. We just ran some Group 20 stuff that some of the guys had stuff from the 90s and the 80s. So I know that Randy Kirtley has some stuff from the 60s. So there's a lot of old stuff still floating around. Guys still drive today. Nathaniel Burden there in first place, 334 laps, 282 for Gabriel Kirtley there in second, as he's going to be coming back in next. And Sean McCutcheon, he is currently in third place. Not raced a lot here at Lanes Raceway, but he's in third place right now, 275. That's your top 3. Now, Guillermo, 273 there in fourth. He's right there on the button, but it's still pretty close and still a lot of racing left to go. We're coming into round robin 7 of 9, and we'll let you watch these guys work on their cars. We'll be right back with you. All right, just found out what's coming up next. Fairview IT Management Cup Series coming up next. And also, we're going to run our Rookie Series race next on the Oval. Now, of course, we'll from time to time check in on the Rookie race. But a Rookie race is a good spot to start if you're looking to come here at Lanes Raceway. We got a lot of GRCs here. I think we got 6 in stock right now if you want to get involved. And the way it goes is they have a points just like everybody else, and it's still anybody's ball game, as we're not even halfway through the series yet. And what you can do is line up, get in there, get them points, and hopefully you can bring it home. If you do and you win it, we give out whatever it is required that you might need to move into the next class. Now, if you've already won it, That's the stipulation. You can still come in and race and help the rookies get their rhythm down and become a little bit more adequate behind the trigger. Uh, but you can never win the big prize again. Only the winners get the big prize in the rookie series. And that's just to help encourage them to move on up into an intermediate, which we have not yet got going on at Lanes Raceway. But we do have a pro class, and you can just move on up into it. But we are in the works of doing an intermediate class. I think we're going to do a Flexi 4-inch bolt-in class with a stomp motor. So you got the slower car motor, but you're starting to get into the Flexi kind of feel of things. And also it kind of gets your feet wet when it comes to working on cars. I think we're going to go for JK chassis when it comes to that, possibly Mid-America Gemini chassis. And the whole point is, in April, we're going to be running the Flexi Challenge Series race here at Lanes Raceway, and we want to kind of get guys and gals ready to do that if that is possible. As we're already starting here, 2 stalled cars there. Now, I don't know whether or not they were hooked up or not, but whoever hit the button is going to get a strike here, and I wasn't actually paying attention. So it looks like White Lane's going to take a strike here. And it also looks like Orange is going to take a strike here. Right now, we got Sean being the track marshal here at Lanes Raceway as he's off for one heat. He was currently running in 3rd position here. He's changed that up a little bit. We're going to see a couple cars coming off there in Dead Man's Corner. They're going to get rolled around there. Get strikes there for Purple Lane and White Lane. Now that's White's 2nd strike for Nathaniel, so Nathaniel definitely needs to pipe her down just a smidgen. Or he's going to run into some trouble here only 8 seconds into this heat. Does Red get a strike? Okay. Red also getting a strike here. They're first. And a car hard hitting into Dead Man's Corner there. Going to see a strike. Now that's Orange's 2nd strike there. Yellow's first. So a lot more wrecking in this heat right here. Hopefully the guys can reel it in a little bit, as we got quite a minute and 40 seconds. It's 3/4 of the heat left to go here. So the guys going to have to give each other a little bit of room if they want to even make it a few more laps here, because that would be detrimental to them right now if they ended up wrecking out. That's a fall all the way to the bottom scenario. As we see 3 cars involved in the incident here, possibly 4. Several cars coming off. Probably going to see a few of them actually coming off here. We'll see though. So Green Lane's going to get 1 strike. Red's going to get 1 strike. Red and green taking strikes. 3 for Orange. So they just told me about Orange, so we'll go ahead and give a 3rd strike there for Orange. Red and green. Green with 1 strike, red with 2 now. That's why we encourage a lot of people to come in whenever they can, get them some lap times in by just getting a day pass here at Lanes Raceway. One of the cheapest in the nation for as many cars. Most places charge you per lane, but we let you on every single slot car track here for $10 a day. And you could just come on in here and spend all day with us and get you some laps turned to figure out your rhythm. figure out your car, get it set up for the races. We had a hard hit and pieces coming off a car there in the high banks. I don't know if that was a tire or what was coming off of that car, but man, it was a hard hit for sure. So we see a strike there for green and purple. That'll be their second strikes. Green and purple lane taking strikes here, and I don't know if we got somebody taking a look at their other car there as Jay Latham passes it around. Somebody got hit hard, I know that, and that's blue lane. That's going to be blue's first strike. Jay Latham not actually coming off a lot here. Jay kind of staying in the background a little bit, but his car definitely in tune this week as he's keeping it on. 4 red lights drop out to green. 43 seconds left to go in the heat, and I think it's getting a little chillier out here in Livermore, Kentucky, as I can feel my toes getting cold. I'm sitting here right next to the window, or the door over here, and it's pretty much where the wind blows, so wasn't bad when we first got here. It's about maybe 60 or so degrees or so, maybe upper 50s. But it is definitely getting a little chilly now. So we see a car coast off green lane right into the car that landed in green lane, but I think green's safe. And that is going to be a strike for blue. Now that'll be their second strike here. So right now, white with 2, green with 2, blue with 2, yellow with 1, and purple with 2. And purple and black floating dangerously close with each other. So if Randy and Guillermo go side by side, I mean, what do you do there? If I was Guillermo, I would have definitely backed her off a smidge. But that'll be 3 there for purple lane. That's 3 for purple. Nine seconds left to go in the heat. Now I got 1 strike for yellow, 2 strikes for green, 2 strikes for white, 2 strikes for red. Anybody comes off here other than yellow, they're going home. For 3 seconds left in the heat, it's been a brutal one. And that's it. They made it out alive. Clearing this brutal board here. We're going to head to the track mate and see how it affects things. Nathaniel Burden out in the lead, 348 laps. Gabriel Kirtley right there on his toes with 332. 327, Guillermo there in third position. Randy Kirtley there in fourth with 326, very close. 319 for Jay Latham, 313 for Glenn Burden. 297 for Josh Reinerson, 275 for Sean McCutcheon, and 263 for Jane McCutcheon. Gonna head over here to the oval, let you watch these guys work. We'll be right back with you. All right, about a minute and 20 seconds, well, minute and 8 seconds now. Sorry about that. We will be back racing. Give a chance here to thank our sponsors. Livermore, Kentucky Subway, 270-278-5999. Group 20 wing car class here at Lanes Raceway offered up $1,000 for the racers, which will match here at Lanes Raceway and Track Bucks. Fairview IT Management Cup Series here at Lanes Raceway. Been since the very beginning of Lanes Raceway. They have put up $1,000 a year for these racers, and we're thankful for them and all of their hard IT work here at Lanes Raceway. That's the reason you guys can see the laps being counted and this live stream even exists, is because of them guys. So if you got questions about computers, they got answers. 28 seconds before we go back green racing, heading back over here just to check a few of these racers out. We see 3 of them came off that last time as they lined up over there by the dead strip, which is the start-finish lane here at Lanes Raceway. You can kind of see the remnants of the old start-finish of Lanes Raceway there on the crook of the track. We actually moved it from there because the cars are going to the left, and when they go through the crook of the track, their cars can actually set up a little bit, and it wasn't counting the laps. So we moved it down here to where that they would start counting the laps a little bit better. So it's kind of a little weird setup for a tri-oval, really, and the way that it's lined out. It's almost like it should be going to the right instead of the left. So we see a car coming off here. Nathaniel Burden now on the button here as he is setting up to track marshal these cars. Jay Latham there making sure he's got a sticker. Somebody's, looks like Nathaniel's smelling the car there on yellow. Red lane's going to receive a strike here. Now this is 1 of 3 strikes here. If they get 3 strikes, they will set out for the heat. If you're just now tuning in with us, Gabriel Kirtley now in the lead, 336 laps. Guillermo Sire, 331, tied up with Randy Kirtley. They battled it out there right at the previous heat, and Randy Kirtley kind of dumped Guillermo, and it cost him his 3rd strike. But Guillermo was able to make that up now that he is on black lane, and he's going to pull ahead of Randy Kirtley there. As we're waiting on a track button here, and we see James there doing his best attempt to hit that track button. Can't blame him. It's his first time ever experiencing this, so he's still learning the ropes here, and he'll get it figured out. We got to encourage the guys that are just getting started here to continually learn the new way here at Lanes Raceway, which is track buttons. As we see something going on there a little bit with James's car going through the crook of the track there. It almost looks like it's about to pop a wheelie coming through the crook of the track. Could just be that he's got it on full brake letting off there. Gabriel Kirtley currently 3 laps ahead in the lead. Guillermo Sire there, of course, on black lane with 347. Gabriel Kirtley probably feeling a little bit of sweat here as we get a car stalled out in the white lane there. As he let off just a little too soon there. Car stopped a little too abrasive here. Not going to give him a strike for that, as he is kind of new here. He's not racing for points, so we're going to allow that to slide on by there. Ooh, so we get 2 cars involved in the incident here. One of them looks like the front end wadded up there. That looks like Gabriel Kirtley and Josh Reinerson, 2 rivals here as of late, so maybe they just had enough of each other running side by side with each other. Gabriel Kirtley currently out in the lead, going to receive his 1st strike, and Josh Reinerson there on blue also going to receive his 1st. Hard, fast racing here as we see them cluster up again. Gabriel Kirtley focusing in on green lane as he goes to try to make a pass there on red lane. Does so successfully, coming through Dead Man's Corner around the high banks and back through the start finish. Now out in front of everybody here, coming down low there on yellow though, creeping up on him, his father, Randy Kirtley, and Guillermo Sire on black lane, who just now takes over 1st position. Guillermo Sire there down on black lane, just really turning some impressive 1.938 laps there on black, and we see an incident, possibly Guillermo here in an incident. This is what yellow lane and green lane's probably hoping is happening, but it doesn't look to be the case. Is Guillermo Sire not going to be receiving a strike here? 2 laps currently above Gabriel Kirtley in the lead. and it's going to be purple lane. Jay Latham going to receive his first strike here. Four red lights are dropping out to a green. We got this heat and one more. 28 seconds left to go in the heat. Guillermo Sire out in the lead, turning the best lap time of 1.926, now beating his previous best. As we can see here, a lot of a cluster taking place as Guillermo Sire reels in that purple lane of Jay Latham and goes to make the pass. Jay allowing him to go by there without too much of a fuss. And right above him now on yellow lane, Randy Kirtley, as he makes that pass clean. Guillermo Sire definitely turning an impressive black lane here as he makes another pass on orange of Glenn Burden. And that's going to be a red flag rotation, 8 of 9 down. And Guillermo Sire coming out, taking over that first position. Guillermo Sire averaging 55.4 laps at 388. 4 laps gained up on Gabriel Kirtley this heat alone at 384 for Gabriel Kirtley, 54.9 on average. Randy Kirtley there trying to get his nose wet a little bit in here as he's got 383 one lap different from Gabriel Kirtley at 54.7. That's your top three. Jay Latham in fourth with 376 laps, 366 laps for Glenn Burden, 354 for Josh Reinerson, 348 for Nathaniel Burton, 322 for Sean McCutcheon, and 304 for James McCutcheon. Somebody hitting the button on accident as we see the guys working there. Going to take a small break here and let you see our sponsors for the Four Crowns yet again. Every time we roll a heat, got to mention these guys. Livermore, Kentucky, 270-278-5999 Subway. Take your receipt from here, get 10% off next door. Group 20 wing car action. We just had that race. That was our first race there on the orange track you see there in the background, and it was a bloodbath, folks. A lot of people coming off and a lot of people having to set out. Probably the worst I ever seen. We got down to 2 guys with a full 8 at one point. Now, Fairview IT Management is our other sponsor, and they're sponsoring the Cup Series coming up next on the blue track while we run the Rookie Series race on the oval. And they are very intelligent when it comes to computers. You can give them a call in Owensboro, Kentucky, or Bowling Green, and they can get you set up with all your IT needs. Heading back over to the oval, we're going to let you watch these guys work. And don't forget about the pinball action here at Lanes Raceway and our party packages that we have. Check out our website at www.lanesraceway.com. You can also follow us on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch to get the name out there for the racers. If we ever do get into some sort of money from advertisements or whatever it may be, we're going to give it to the racers 100% and let them race hard for it. And you can be the reason why they get to race hard for that kind of money. So if you like what you see, like, share, subscribe, share it to all your friends and family out there, even your enemies. And we'll try to get this thing going. We'll be back in about 1 minute and 20 seconds. See you soon. After this heat, just leave your cars on the track. After the heat, leave your cars on the track. All right, here we go. 2 seconds before we start our final heat. Guys are going to leave their cars on the track. Check for those stamps. And if they got them, they get the points. Not had an issue all series long. And as you can tell, it's been some close racing all series long. So it's been working out. Now we're seeing James here as he sets out. And he's going to track marshal for the guys here. Guillermo Sire currently in the lead by 4 laps, followed by Gabriel Kirtley with 392. 392 now with Randy Kirtley there in third position. A very close battle between Gabriel and Randy Kirtley. Blue and orange hard hits coming off, narrowly missing James's leg there in dead man's corner. So James is going to get this car put up here, and we'll see what goes on here. Like I said, coming up next, Fairview IT Management Cup Series. So we see a strikes there for white and green. They're first. So Glenn and Sean both got strikes here as we continue on here. Both of them leaving the start line there slow to give each other a little bit of time and not slap into each other. Gabriel and Randy Kirtley there very close to each other as we see another car coming off the track. Man, this is getting out of control. Dead man's corner, you got to watch it. So we see James rolling around here to get that car put on. Now it's going to be Josh Reinerson there on purple lane receiving his first strike. There's a little bit of a crooked little line there for a strike, but nonetheless it counts. 4 red lights are dropping out to green. Here we go. A lot on the line for some of these guys here trying to get those laps to be the king of lanes raceway. That's what the 4 crowns is all about. Laps turned get you the 4 crowns, no drops. If you're going to be the king, you got to be here every single race if you want to be on top. Now, as for the Lords of Lanes Raceway, they get vacation days. So half of the races, of course, will be counted, and the other half will be drops, and we'll take your best half and give that to you, and your other half will be dropped out. So that way you don't have to be here every week if you're just trying to get up into the point standings to get a little bit higher of a payout. But if you're trying to be king of lanes raceway, you can't really miss, because if you do, somebody won't. So purple and blue receiving strikes here. Now that's purple's second strike, so they're on the bubble. They definitely want to watch out, because one more will be 3 for Josh Reinerson. And we got a minute left to go as Josh Reinerson's pushing hard here on yellow lane, Guillermo Sire. He's coming up on the inside of Guillermo there, and he wants to make the pass, but at the same time, he's kind of holding back a little bit, it looks like. Oh, as Guillermo Sire just lifts for no reason there. Kind of surprising me a smidge. Josh Reinerson keeping his cool, though, and actually keeping that thing under control, because I think I would have sent it. Nonetheless, Josh Reinerson stays alive there down low on purple lane. He's hanging in there, folks. Black lane, Jay Latham trying to make up some laps here. He needs to make 2 more in the next 30 seconds to get that podium line, but I don't think that's going to be possible. Randy Kirtley there on orange lane running pretty flawless here, keeping a pretty high pace all race long. As we see a hard hit in the high banks, this could be something that helps Jay Latham out here, and it could make an impossibility possible here, depending on if Randy Kirtley was involved in that incident. 14 seconds left to go. Jay Latham turning 1.988 to Randy's 2.221, so it is possible if Randy is in this race or in this wreck that Jay Latham could pull a podium off here. Blue lane, Gabriel Kirtley at 332. White or blue, green, and red. Blue, green, and red getting strikes here. So green second and blue second. They're both on the line there. So we head back over here to the oval for the final few seconds in the Hometown Heroes class here at Lanes Raceway, our first crown. Oh, and another hard hit there. It looks like it involves Jay Latham. Him and what looks to be Sean. Sean on green lane, of course, being his third strike. So Sean there going to take his third strike. And I believe I smell a motor burning. Black lane going to take a strike. Now that'll be Jay's first strike. He's still 2 laps down, so that's going to be detrimental for him to get a podium unless Randy Kirtley wrecks out off of orange, which he hasn't wrecked either. So it's a hard line to cross there. He almost needs Gabriel Kirtley to get a third strike here and to be able to turn a couple more laps for him to fall out. I just don't see that happening here. It looks like we're solidifying our final results here with 1 second left to go. And that's a checkered flag, folks. Heading over to the strikes. We're going to clear it out. If any indication, Guillermo Sire took home 2 Lord's Crowns last year. So he is definitely tough competition, to say the least. and he still didn't get the King's Crown. Jay Latham ended up getting it because he made every race. Guillermo Sire there, 447 total laps, taking home the victory today. 439 for Gabriel Kirtley, 437 for Randy Kirtley, 435 for Jay Latham. Glenn Burden, 413, 411 for Josh Reinerson, 398 for Nathaniel Burden. Sean McCutcheon, 367, and James McCutcheon, 304. So I'm going to take it over to the Oval. Going to make sure these guys got their stamps, and then we're going to move on into teching for Fairview IT Cup Series and rolling on into the next race. T's going to get pictures here shortly of the podium if she hasn't already. So checking this yellow car out here. And that's going to be a yellow and a yellow. So this car is good. This car's good here. Yellow on that. Yellow on the motor. That car's good. Yellow, yellow. That one's good. Yellow, yellow. That one's good. Let's see. Yellow, by the way, is the color of the stamp today. Yellow and yellow. That one's good. Nathaniel here. Yellow and yellow. He's good. Josh Reinerson here. Yellow and yellow. He's good. Gabriel Kirtley, yellow and yellow. He's going to be good. The shine runner himself, Jay Latham, yellow and yellow, good. All right, so we're going to go ahead and check some of these NASCARs here. I'm checking the widths first, then I'm going to check the resistance. So I've got 3 of them here, good. I'm going to check Bo here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 29. Bo, you're good for the rookie series. All right, so let me get the meter out here and check resistances. No 0.3s allowed. So we're checking here for Nathaniel Burden. If he passes, he's ready to go racing. 0.6. 0.6. So Nathaniel's good. And we got a green car here. I don't know whose that is. I think it might be Glenn Burden's chromed out green. 1 and 1.3, so Glenn's good. Then we got Cotton Candy Randy here. 0.6 and a 0.5, so he's good. All right, and that's the only 3 that I got so far. Guys, whenever you're ready, bring your NASCARs up for tech. Your Fairview IT Cup cars. And T needs to get a picture of the podium. So we got this race and the 72 pitch race coming up. All right, folks. We are going to get this up and running. I'm going to get a few things set up for the blue track here, which is our world's track. Make sure it's all set up. And then, not now. We don't need no notifications. And I'll be right back with you just as soon as we fire up for the Fairview IT Cup Series on the blue track. All right, everybody has been checked for tech. So we should be getting names put in here shortly, and everybody getting ready to race. T's putting in the names for the rookie race over here. Right now on the oval, we can kind of check in over there and see her down there putting names in. All right, so she's going to stop this track here on Blue Lane. So we got 2 views for the Blue tonight. And this is Fairview IT Management Cup Series here coming up. And this will be our main view here. See Josh Reinerson over there. He's already got some sun chips poised to act over here. Let's head over here to TrackMate. We'll watch her put the names in. As you can see, quite a big database of racers' names here for sure. It's just 8, T. Just 8. James ain't doing it. He don't have a car. All right, guys, lineup's ready. All right, as we take a look here at scene 8, she's got the names in. Guillermo Sire on red lane. Randy Kirtley on white. Nathaniel Burden on green. Jay Latham on orange. Sean McCutcheon on blue. Glenn Burden on yellow. Gabriel Kirtley on purple. And Josh Reinerson on black. Neil showing his fatherly love to Marley, one of our rookie racers here. Toughen her up a little bit. Neil, toughen her up. Bo McPherson and James are going to do the rookie race tonight. I see Bo there in the bottom right-hand portion of your screen. Jay Latham, King of Lanes Raceway. First to hook up, first to battle. So we're going to have this race and one more on the blue track tonight. The 72 pitch and the Fairview IT Cup Series on the big world track built by Giannis Nopkins. And this track has caught a lot of buzz for sure. A lot of people like the track. This past week, person wanting to know who built the track and where he could get one. Looks like they're on black lane. Josh Rynerson's got his car placed. Here comes Glenn Burden and Gabriel Kirtley. Livermore Lightning himself. The lineup's getting thick over here. Nathaniel Burden performing quite well the past 2 weekends on the blue track. He's getting his car put in, the Budweiser number 8. So right now it looks like we have 5 of the 8 cars placed. Now 6 as we see Sean McCutcheon bringing his car in and Guillermo Sire bringing his car in. That leaves 1 left. Well, nope, Sean's pulled his back off. He's going to take a look at something. King Kirtley, Randy Kirtley getting up as he's going to bring his car around, wrapping the old 281 Pro around his neck. A force to be reckoned with on the old blue track for sure. Sean's got his car placed. Randy's got his car placed. And that's a full track, folks. Josh, Gabriel, Glenn, Sean, Jay, Randy, Guillermo, and Nathaniel Burden. All right, everybody ready? Watch your lights. Here we go. 4 red lights are dropping out to green. 3 strikes, you're out. We're in the Fairview IT Cup now, and everybody rushes to the first line. And for a first time in a long time, we didn't see a wreck on the first corner. So that is nice. And we'll see Josh Ryerson taking a strike here on black lane. Minute 52 seconds. I find that it's better to be slower than faster here as we see Randy Kirtley coming off on the front section there, first corner. Guillermo Sire is going to grab that car. So Randy Kirtley there now working on his controller, trying to slow her down a smidge. Josh, did you come off? All right, looks like Josh came off again there too, so we'll give him his second, which he was black. There we go. Black lane definitely tough to run here as we get a yellow flag here. And that is going to be Sean taking a strike there on blue lane. Right now, Jay Latham out in the lead as we see a hard hit there in the second corner. And that looks to be possibly by, it's either Jay or Guillermo Sire. I believe that's Jay Latham, our leader, going to take a strike there on orange. It happened just as soon as I said his name. So, yikes. Sorry, Jay. See a yellow flag here yet again, and it looks like we got a rider situation as we're going to see Nathaniel Burden there on green take his first strike. Way it is right now, white with a strike, green with a strike, orange with a strike, blue with a strike, black with 2 strikes. Glenn, is that a strike? And Glenn with a strike on yellow. As we get another yellow flag and a car flipping over, that's going to be Sean with a strike there on blue, his second. Looks like Randy's bringing his car around, so he's going to get a strike here. And that'll be his second. So now currently 2 strikes, Randy, Sean, and Josh. This is the Fairview IT Management Cup Series here at Lanes Raceway. They've opted to run every race on the blue track. So we used to have this on the oval. This is the first time we've ever done this that we haven't had it on the oval. Gabriel Kirtley sending his car hard into the wall. Gabriel Kirtley there on black or purple lane, going to take a strike. Well, looks like Josh Reimerson's car come off there. That'll be his 3rd strike. And in the 3rd corner there, looks like Glenn and maybe Nathaniel involved. Yep. So Glenn and Nathaniel going to take strikes here. Nathaniel, that'll be his second. And Glenn, that'll be his second. So a lot of people with 2 strikes currently. 2 strikes for those, yeah. White, green, blue, and yellow have 2 strikes. Orange and purple have 1. Red lane, none. And on this track, you get a strike, especially towards the end of the track. It is detrimental, folks, because it's like losing 2 laps. And when you're talking about right at 8 or 9 seconds a lap, it's brutal. So that looks like Jay Latham with a strike. And that'll be Jay's second. Now Jay's joining the 2-man crew. So everybody but purple and red have 2 strikes. As we see a yellow flag here. That's Guillermo Sire's first wreck. right, 4 red lights dropping out to green. We're rolling hard again. Guillermo Sire out in the lead, 12 laps. Jay Latham, 12 laps. Gabriel, 12 laps. Then the bottom half is 11 laps. Josh Reinerson, of course, getting those 3 strikes down to 4 laps there. But it's, you guys know how this goes. Still a lot of racing left to go. We got 8 round robin heats of this, and it can happen to anybody. Everybody kind of focusing in and slowing their cars down a little bit now, getting nice and smooth. And we can see 8 seconds left to go, and we get a yellow flag here. And I think that's going to get another one there on the blue lane. That's going to be Sean McCutcheon going to take his 3rd strike. Yep. So we see Sean hurrying around there to go work on his car now that his car is off. Josh also working on his car in his pit station. We get a red flag rotation, and what a brutal heat. Look at all these red strikes here. Whew, another hefty one. Now granted, this is their first round robin rotation with this car, and they're only going to get better. They've already ran the fast car for today, and that's the Group 20. Guillermo Sires out in the lead, 17 laps. 2nd and 3rd place tied with Jay and Gabriel at 16. 15 laps tied from 4th position all the way down to 6th at 15. And 7th position is Sean at 13, and Josh Reinerson there with 4 laps. As we head into the next round robin, you can see these guys working, checking their cars out, making sure everything's up and clean. This is the Fairview IT Management Cup Series here at Lanes Raceway, sponsor for the 4 Crowns, adding $1,000 to the purse for these guys. As you know, we got 2 sponsors this year. Livermore, Kentucky Subway, 270-278-5999 for the Group 20 wing car. That was our first race of the evening, and we're thankful for those guys. They also have a 10% deal. You take a receipt from us, take it over there, get 10% off your sub sandwich, and vice versa back to here at Lanes Raceway. So we do appreciate Subway. They're right next door and a good place to get you something to eat on the go while you're trying to race. Get you a bite here, get you a bite there, get you one of their new holiday cookies, the chocolate peppermint cookies too. Tasty. Fairview IT Management out of Owensboro and Bowling Green areas for all your computer needs, specializing in IT management. Give them a call and let them know you appreciate them. And also, tell them Lanes Raceway sent you. Heading back over to the blue here. If you like what you see, like, share, subscribe, send it to all of your friends, family, and enemies. That we do slot car racing here professionally. We're trying to even have more and more series come to Lanes Raceway. Got a Flexi Challenge series coming in April the 12th actually. We're trying to start a point series for our drag racers. We're still up in the air when we're going to do a $1,000 drag race, but if we do, it'll be a couple months from now, so we're going to make a post. Right now, we're still buttoning up some final ends here at Lanes Raceway, trying to get everything to where it kind of runs good without, needing a lot of attention. But once we get that up and going, we're going to have a $1,000 drag race for the win here. And you can see the drag strip there in the far left corner of your screen. Well, hopefully we can get that drag race done in a couple days, because usually when you do those big races like that, a lot of people come and it takes a little bit of time. We also have a good selection, 8 pinball machines from Stern here, and they're all some of the latest pinball machines for sure. And you can come and check them out here, get into tournaments here that we have and host monthly. Also RC, 1RC, LLC, we run those cars here at Lanes Raceway, and we're just getting involved in that. Like I said, a lot of new stuff happening here at Lanes Raceway. It's hard to keep track of a lot of it. So we get our first wreck here in the second corner. That is going to be a strike for Glenn Burden on Orange Lane. And we also see Gabriel Kirtley bringing his car around. So that is going to be a strike there for Gabriel Kirtley on Black Lane. Guillermo Sire currently our leader, 18 total laps, followed by Jay Latham with 18. Gabriel Kirtley 17. 16 for Randy, 16 Nathaniel, 16 Glenn. Sean has yet to make a lap so far, as he was hooking up right when we got started. And Josh there with 5 laps, turning a lap on yellow. 4 red lights are dropping out to green, and we're going back racing. there towards the end, the guys were starting to get their feel of the track, and we'll see if they can bring that back. I find that going slower is better on this track, just to save yourself from any kind of incident. We see Josh Ryerson having trouble here with the third to the last corner here on the race. He keeps coming off there for some reason, maybe a car setup issue or something. But we'll see Josh Ryerson take a strike here on a yellow lane. Gabriel Kirtley and Josh at it again, giving each other a little razz time. Gabriel Kirtley now having his experience. So Gabriel possibly having some controller issues here. As we can see here, Gabriel Kirtley there, going to take a strike. And it looks like Gabriel Kirtley's controller is working now again. He's just going to have to bleed her off a little bit. 1:27 seconds left in the heat. He's just going to have to take a smaller pace here to keep his car on, to keep it from getting an incident. Randy Kirtley and Glenn Burden there getting involved in a little bit of a tussle there, as Glenn and Randy both take strikes here. Now it's going to be the second strike for Glenn, second strike for Gabriel. Both these guys need to dial her back a notch if they want to stay in for the rest of the heat. We're currently round robin 2 of 8. As you guys know, 3 strikes you're out, just like baseball. And this track here is definitely a tough one. It's a dragon to slay, to say the very least. Especially when you get into the second portion of the track, the nerves even increase even further, knowing that there is 7 to 8 seconds per lap. 4 red lights drop out to green. Here we go. 1:18 left in the heat. Will the guys give each other room? We got a little bit of a cluster forming there on the front stretch, as we see several guys going through the second and third corners. Oh, and we see a guy lifting there on orange just to let him go by. Glenn Burden making a wise decision there. As we see another yellow flag and another car off. Now this time I believe, let's see if we can change to the front blue and get a better look. That looks to be Randy Kirtley's car coming off there. So we're going to slide back on over here, and Randy Kirtley is going to take another strike. Now Randy Kirtley on the bubble. He better dial her back a little bit, because if he doesn't, 3 strikes you're out. We still have a minute left to go in this heat. So best to give a little leeway to some of these guys and kind of drive each other smoothly for the remainder of this heat. Now white, green, blue, purple have no strikes. Yellow has 1. It's like I told you guys, last heat, kind of detrimental. Got a guy come out, but it's still anybody's ball game. We got 8 heats. Track record? Well, what, at the Worlds? It was like 5.4 or 4.5 or something like that, wasn't it, Dad? It was a flexi. 5.4 with Group 12, like the Hillbilly Motors. So a Group 12 Alios Hillbilly motor. Record for the world track, it's like 5.4 something. Jay Latham going to take a strike there. That'll be his first. So these guys always wanting to know what the records are on this. Now, of course, this was ran in the 2023 Worlds there in New Jersey. This isn't that track, but it is a clone of that track. They made 2 other clones, this one and the one at Red Fox. Now, of course, the one that was ran at New Jersey is at Piranha in California. So it's a pretty rare track, and it's a very, very, very new track, to say the least. As we can see, these guys actually, driving with some sense here, as we see Gabriel Kirtley and another car involved in an incident here. Let me look here. Sean, you? That's one. For you, one. Unless you were just involved in that incident, it'll be two. Okay. So that'll be your second. All right. And Gabriel, that'll be his third. So Gabriel Kirtley getting involved in that incident, that's his third. 17 seconds left to go in the heat. This one probably is, guys, the most, competitive class. It's been here since the very beginning with Lanes Raceway. It's one of our more popular classes here. And all it is just a standard Champion Turbo Flexi chassis from Mid-America with the NASCAR-looking bodies on it. But you know what? The guys love this class, and we kind of let them have their own gear ratios, but we keep it the Eagle motor, of course, 332nd axle, and they can run those fish rubber tires and stuff like that in the back too. As we see Nathaniel Burden rolling around here, Nathaniel's going to get a strike, and I believe it's also Guillermo Sire going to get a strike here. So Nathaniel there on blue, that'll be his first. Guillermo Sire, that's going to be his first also. But the blue track also adds another level of competition too, just simply because, it's a new track. Everybody knows it's a world's track, and the guys want to be the best at it. And a lot of the times that just ain't the case. We don't live track here at Lanes Raceway, as you can tell. We want to keep the races full to give the guys the most experience of a full track. But also it helps liability too. You got a bunch of track marshals taking hits. It's kind of brutal. As we see Sean there, that'll be his second. Sean, that's only your second, dude. I guess there was only 1 second left, so Sean just opted not to put his car back on. All right, so we're going to go to the strikes. Yet again, a lot of strikes taking place here. A lot of beating and banging for sure. Trying to just overdrive the tires mostly is what I'm seeing here. And a little bit late on their braking points. So they're driving it too deep, and it's not giving the car enough time to brake. Now remember, all we do here at Lanes Raceway is do a spray glue on these tracks. So once that spray glue comes up, at that point, if you need some more grip, it's on you to get some glue from the track, put it into your tires and stuff. But I find that a lot of the times the best kind of gear ratio is not necessarily the fastest top speed one. A lot of the times it's the one that can stop the car without stuttering. And I'm not seeing a lot of people do that hardly anymore. I missed the track mate on that one right there, folks. So forgive me, I got a little bit lippy talking about what I think. But again, I'm not racing, Livermore, Kentucky, 270-278-5999, Subway. Give them a call. They're sponsoring our Group 20 wing car class here at Lanes Raceway. And get you a sub made, especially if you're in town. If not, hopefully you're close. Because, nobody wants a rotten sandwich. I don't know if they'd pack you one up, put some dry ice in there and ship it to you. But, knowing my family, they probably would. Fairview IT Management Cup Series. That's what you're watching right now here on the blue track. As we see some fellow racers going home for the night, calling it a night. But we will see them later for sure. Right now, as it states, Bo McPherson, 155, 154 for James McCutcheon in the rookie series. And I think they're on round robin 4 of 8. So it's a tight race between these two. So they're having a pretty good time over there, both of them racing the rookie stock class. Actually, we could probably swap on over there real quick and let you guys see them there for a second. That's Bo McPherson and James McCutcheon. James, of course, in our last 2 races here, he's getting in the rookie series here. Each one of these guys are going to get points. I wish we had more rookies. I wish they'd come on in and try it out. As you can see, these cars are not that fast. 929 lock gear ratio. You don't have to know a lot of stuff about the car just to get in there and race, and you can see it's good racing, good fun. Bring your kids and your family and stuff and set up and get to racing down here at Lanes Raceway. We got a spot for you to come in and learn how to race, and we're there for you to help you get your stuff set up. Now, if there is a work charge, I always do the first thing for them for free, but after that, it costs you if you want me to work on it, because it does take quite a bit of time, and it does take materials, believe it or not, to work on some of the cars here. But it's, as hobbies go, it's not a real super expensive hobby. You can look some of these parts up on Mid-America and see that, you know, cars like 80 bucks or so. We got a selection of them here at Lanes Raceway for you to choose from, and have a good time. Come in here and race and spend you some quality social time with others and just have a good time. So get a yellow flag. We see two cars coming off here. One of them in the third to the last corner, which is a harsh one to come off on. And then the other one we see there in the second corner there looks to be Jay Latham and Josh Reinerson taking their first strikes here. So we'll go ahead and line those up. Jay Latham there on red lane taking one. Josh Reinerson on orange taking one. If you're following along at home and you're rooting for your racers, let them know you're rooting for them. We do have a chat live, and here's the crazy part. I haven't added them on the chat, but ain't nobody chatted so far, so we're in good shape. But if you want to chat, we are live on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. I'll try to answer any questions you might have. If I can't, I'll figure it out, and I'll lead you to the right answers. I'll send you a private message or something. As we see Sean McCutcheon coming off here. He's sliding the car down on his lid, a little saucy. All right, so Sean there, he's going to take a strike. I might call that the Sean McCutcheon slide. Four red lights dropping out to a green. Guillermo Sire back at it again. Hard to beat here. 38 laps. He's 4 laps up on Jay Latham, but Jay Latham, he's battling with everything he's got here, keeping that car on. He's got a good handling machine here this week. Randy Kirtley now taking over second position there on green, and he's holding it down. All right, microphone died again, but we are back. 1 minute and 7 seconds left to go. These guys are running their hearts out as we have Randy Cotton Candy Kirtley, second position there. He's going to have an incident here and start back at the finish line. So he'll get his first strike there. Randy says he thinks his gear's tightening up a little bit here. All this slopping back and forth, side to side action. I believe it. So they're going to hit the red flag button here. Randy Kirtley's going to get 1 minute and 20 seconds to try to fix his gear here. And you get 2 of these per race. So everybody's going to probably go back and look at their cars, controllers, and everything else and take this time as an advantage. We see Jay Latham looking like he's about to get himself a Pepsi in a can. T always teases him, says you want it in a bottle, but he knows the can's colder. 1 minute and 4 seconds, and we will be back racing. Round robin 3 of 8. Let's stop in real quick while we got a little bit of time here and check the oval out as they hit their 4 red lights here. It doesn't look like they're opting to do the start over, which is fine. 45 seconds left in their heat. 2:42 for Bo McPherson, and James McCutcheon is at 2:42 now. So about 2 laps difference between the two. Still very, very close racing between the two. It's good to see. All right, looks like Randy has 20 seconds, plenty enough time for Randy to get going here. And they're fixing to fire it back up as we see Josh Ryerson round his way back on the orange. And the button's pressed by Glenn Burden. 4 red lights dropping out to a green. Did I give a strike to Randy or not? I think I did. There is a strike. I don't know if I gave him one or not, though. I do know that my dad is an honest man. If he gets 3, he'll pull his car. Uh, Nathaniel Burden now moving up into second position as we get another yellow flag with 48 seconds left to go. This time, Guillermo Sire going to receive a strike here. His first on blue. A lot of wishing and hoping from the racers that people would wreck out, but the guys are starting to get their smooth motivations down, and they're actually driving these cars with some decent sense here, not trying to win it on the first lap here, being quite smooth through the corners here. Looks like a blast. I would love to be doing this right now. And taking advantage of every little bit of movement that I could get. Gabriel just overpowering a little bit coming out of the second corner there, as we can see here, his car there towards the outside. Just got back on it just a hair too soon. And that's going to cause a strike there for Gabriel Kirtley on yellow, his first. Here's the good thing. At least it was at the first part of the track. Once you cross that little middle hump there, the camel hump, man, it hurts your feelings when you wreck at that point, which it always hurts your feelings when you wreck, but nonetheless, hurts a little bit worse when you're on the second half of the track. 4 red lights dropping out to green. Here we go. Red's got a strike, white no strike, green a strike, orange a strike, blue a strike, yellow a strike, and black a strike, purple with no strike. Nathaniel Burden actually there on purple, back to the way he was racing last week. I'm not wrecking kind of attitude, and so far it's been paying off for Nathaniel. And he is in the runnings, definitely, when it comes to being the king of Lanes Raceway. As we see the Sean McCutcheon slide there, Sean's going to receive another strike there, and that'll be his second. Glenn Burden rounding about the way, he's going to receive a strike here, and that'll be Glenn's first. As we get ready here again, 4 red lights dropping out to green. Here we go. Guillermo Sire, your leader by 3 laps. Randy Kirtley tied with Nathaniel Burden in second. Jay Latham now tying it up there in third. Very close race here, folks. It's just going to boil down to getting knocked out or staying in as Jay Latham comes out. Jay Latham there going to take his second strike. So Jay's going to need to dial her down a little bit like Sean just to get through the heat here. 3 seconds left to go. And that is a red flag rotation. We're going to take a look here at the strikes and clear them out. Not as bad as the previous heat, but definitely room for improvement, as you guys can see. We're going to take a look here at the track mate. We can see Guillermo Sire, 53 laps. 49-49 tied up, second place Nathaniel and Randy Kirtley. 48 for Jay Latham. 46 and 46 tied up, Gabriel and Glenn. 39 for Sean and 38 for Josh Reinerson. Heading back over to scene 8. Let you watch these guys work. We'll be right back with you. All right, folks, here we go. 10 seconds before we go back green racing. These guys going into their middle heat here. Round robin 4 of 8. As you guys kind of checked out there just a little bit, the rookie series is off to a good punch. They're in round robin 7 of 8 right now at 324 to 316. And it looks like we're into our first incident here. My wife there, she's going to help track marshal here. So it looks like Randy and Guillermo taking strikes here. Guillermo there on purple and Randy on blue. Minute 57 seconds left in the heat. Glenn Burton so far the only one to have turned a lap. 4 red lights are dropping out to green. If you're on, like, share, subscribe. Send it to all your friends that like slot car racing, RC racing, any kind of racing and pinball action. Get another yellow flag here. And it looks like this time it's going to be none other than Natty Ice himself, Nathaniel Burden, on black lane receiving a strike. Josh Reinerson's car there taking a straight turn in the second corner there. And he's going to take a strike, his first. And Gabriel Kirtley rubbing salt into the wound there as Glenn Burden there puts the car on. Everybody kind of spaced out a little bit here. And our leader right now is Purple Lane, Guillermo Cyrus. He comes around the start-finish line now, going into the first, second, and third corner, leading the pack here. He's really smooth behind the trigger, as you can tell, as he comes back around the start-finish line, first, second, third corner. And we get a wreck here in the second to the last corner here. We'll see if we can kind of see a little different view there in the upper right-hand portion. It's a yellow car for sure. And that is going to be Glenn Burden taking a strike on red lane. Glenn just got him the chameleon colored body done last week at Lanes Raceway. It's a Ralph Thorne body with a translucent neon green with metallic in it. And then we also put a color shift in it from red to green. And it kind of looks like the Grinch's skin. But it's pretty cool, nonetheless. It looks chameleon-y. Oh, and we backed it with chrome. As we see another slide across the front stretch there. This time that's going to be Jay Latham on his lid. He's going to receive his first strike. 4 red lights dropping out to green. Here we go. Guillermo Sire, your leader, as he rounds about the start-finish line, taking his first, second, and third corners here to the middle. He's trying to chase down that car right in front of him on black lane, and that's Nathaniel Burden. Nathaniel Burden is currently in second position. Nathaniel's got his car tuned up pretty good there as it's hanging out. Now, Nathaniel is narrowly missed a incident, him and Guillermo both there in the second to the last turn, and that's going to be, I believe, Glenn Burden for another strike. We are currently live streaming YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. So if you know people on those platforms, let them know that you are watching some up-to-date slot car racing here in Livermore, Kentucky, 606 Hinton Street. If you want the address, come race with us. Got hookups in the back for RVs. Randy Cotton Candy going to take a strike here on Blue Lane. They're second. Got one more race coming up after this, the 72 pitch 332nd axle series here at Lanes Raceway LMP style. And it'll be on the blue track too. The guys definitely can handle those cars a little bit better than these. So it's going to be an interesting race to say the least, because they're handling these cars quite well, as I can see. So we get another yellow flag, and a car, I believe, dumped off into the first corner here. Or no, it's actually the second corner. That's going to be Gabriel Kirtley receiving a strike. His first. 33 seconds left to go in the heat, though. And Nathaniel Burton quick on the trigger there, as he's going to receive a strike here as T brings the car around to Glenn Burton. And that'll be his second strike here. 17 seconds left to go in the heat. Tie going on with Nathaniel and Randy is still the same, as Guillermo Sire there, though, has got a couple laps up on the guys. We see another strike taking place here, and it's going to be Jay Latham and Sean. Sean's first strike, Jay Latham's second. One. Yeah. I don't know what's going on here. Glenn Burton pulled his car, so I'm assuming he got his third strike there. So we'll go ahead and get him for three there. Gabriel Kirtley going to receive his second. 4 seconds left to go in the heat. And a red flag rotation. We are over halfway now as we clear out those strikes yet again. When we take a look here at the track mate, we can see a very close race ensuing here. 70 laps for Guillermo out in the lead, 17.5 on average. 16.5 on average for Nathaniel and Randy, turning 66 laps. 65 for Jay Latham at 16.2. 63 laps, 15.8 on average for Gabriel. Glenn Burden, 59 with a 14.8 on average. Josh Reinerson and Sean, 13.8 on average with 55 total laps. So all it takes from top to bottom is one person to crash out at the beginning of the heat, and it will all flip. All right, folks, going to leave you here. I'm going to go get me a drink real quick, and I'll see you here just in a minute when we go back green racing. All right, here we go, folks. 4 red lights dropping out to a green. And what a 30-second race run there. I didn't even want to say anything. It was so good. The guy's very smooth behind the wheel there. So you see a wreck come off, and it's Cotton Candy Randy with his first. Now I believe Bo McPherson bringing home the Rookie Series race, if I'm not mistaken. So congratulations to Bo. So we see a yellow flag here. Jay Latham on the button there. So Jay's going to get a strike there on blue lane. Minute and 18 seconds left to go in the heat. Some smooth racing so far. Looks like Livermore Lightning himself coming off there. He's going to take a strike. Gabriel Kirtley. What are you doing, Bo? Did you come off of a victory?
Yes, sir, I did.
So how close was it?
20 laps, I think.
Really?
14, 15 laps, something like that.
Well, that ain't bad at all.
No.
Did you get you some peanuts to celebrate?
I have not.
You ought to.
I got Dr. Pepper over, though.
Well, that's good enough, I guess.
I might have to go with your dad some business here in a minute.
Gabriel Kirtley taking another strike. Bo McPherson going to go over to Subway and get him some of that new holiday cookie. Chocolate and peppermint, I heard.
Yes. I had one earlier today.
Did you like it?
Yep.
Good. So, Bo, I got to know, are you going to get in the RC action?
I don't know yet. I haven't even driven one yet. I've seen them. They look
You
fun.
you ain't drove the house car?
No.
Really? Why not?
I don't know. I didn't know.
Scared you'll like it?
Huh?
Scared you'll like it?
Yeah, probably. You know, get me spending money.
I could do it.
You're pretty good at it.
Lynn Burden going to take a strike here. Well, I just want you to have fun, and I think you would have fun doing that.
Oh, yeah.
You still got a NASCAR hit away somewhere? Fairview Cup car? The old Ka-Chow?
Yeah, oh yeah, all that in McLean.
Yep.
I found it and they come over at.
You found it?
Oh yeah.
Well, they're having big races there on Thursday and Friday here. Last Thursday, I think we had 54, and then, or no, that was, yeah, Thursday, 54, and Friday we had 72. Some pretty good numbers.
Pretty good.
Just starting out, that ain't bad at all.
No. I think if I found a NASCAR, I think I'd be a little behind on the laps.
Currently, yeah, if you just now got in. Because these guys are already turning hundreds of laps. Well, probably about 80 or so. But nonetheless, oh, come on now. Let me clear it. There we go. Let's see how many they turned. Guillermo right now with 89 laps. 84 tied still with Nathaniel and Randy. Not either one of them giving an inch. 81 laps for Jay Latham there in fourth. Fifth place, Gabriel Kirtley, 80. 75 tied with Glenn and Josh Reinerson. And 73 for Sean McCutcheon. So very close. Guys, I'm going to spend a little time here with Bo McPherson, and I'll be right back with you guys as soon as they get done off break. All right, we're back. 4 red lights dropping out to a green. Took me a small little break. Ate me some peanuts. Ain't ate nothing all day. So we'll get our first strike here. And it looks like Natty Ice himself going to take a strike there. Gabriel Kirtley reaching to get the old number 8. So we'll go ahead and give him a strike there on orange. Currently enjoying myself a Baja Blast from the Pepsi Man. Josh Reinerson going to take a strike here. His first. Josh's arch rival, Gabriel Kirtley, they're trying to sabotage Josh there, putting him on the wrong lane, but the mob called it out. As we see a wreck there, second to the last corner, and one from Glenn Burden, too, at the front. Looks like to be Glenn and Nathaniel, possibly. Well, I can't really see. Well, nope, that's going to be Jay and Glenn. Glenn's going to take his first, and Jay's going to take his first. So we see Jay rolling back around here. Currently, the King of Lanes Raceway. Four red lights dropping out to green, and here we go. Smooth action here as Guillermo Sire still holding on to that lead there on yellow lane. As he comes around to the start-finish line there, he's trying to chase the pack a little bit. Gabriel Kirtley hammering it home there into the start-finish line there, knocking his body pins out. That's one strike for Livermore Lightning, and Jay goes, "Is that 3?" Oh, that cracks me up. Here we go. Gabriel Kirtley coming in there hot and heavy on the first corner there. Guillermo Sire coming up through the back here as he's still trying to pack that. Gabriel Kirtley coming off in the middle of the track. Now that will be Gabriel's second strike there. He might have some issues with that car. He's believing it's a controller issue here. Lane's Raceway looking good about maybe selling some controllers here. Everybody throwing them on the ground, and Gabriel Kirtley having some controllers issues here. Did Nathaniel get a strike? All right, Nathaniel Burden going to receive a strike here on orange lane. As we're back underway racing with 1 minute and 10 seconds left. And it looks like Nathaniel going to receive another strike here, and that'll be his third. Oh my. It's unlike Nathaniel there, and just a catch there as his car hits the ground pretty hard. And we see a car going to the second to the last corner. That corner there, just, it hurts people. Jay Latham reaching around to get that as he makes a nice pass to Gabriel Kirtley. And that's going to be Jay Latham taking a strike there. That'll be his second. So they're checking about a soldering iron out here to do some soldering on somebody's car. Possibly Nathaniel's, as Nathaniel is currently setting out. Could be his. Don't know. 53 seconds left to go in the heat. Guillermo Sire is your leader, turning 100 laps now. As we see a wreck taking place somewhere. So it looks like somebody is completely off the track here. Josh Reinerson. And that'll be his second. All right, folks. Looks like we have disconnected from session. We're going to go ahead and fire up another one here. Good to go. Oh my, the chat just now popped up. All right. It says Clone Ranger. Got to bounce, but I really enjoyed the racing. I'll be watching more in the future. Cheers to you all. Thank you, Clone Ranger, man. You are a blessing to this channel for sure. Thank you for your positive words, and have a good night. a nice little pass there on the front stretch there. 21 seconds left to go. And we've had a nice little smooth transition there. As we see Sean here, he's going to take his first strike. Josh Reinerson, thank you for hitting the button there. Make an announcement about that. I don't think that Sean and James know yet that if you come off and you hit the button, you got to hit it again to start back up. Glenn Burden going to take a strike here on blue lane. That'll be his second. See you, Bo. Congratulations. Bo McPherson winning the rookie race earlier. Glenn giving him a California hello, and it was received in kind. And that's a red flag rotation, folks. We're going to go ahead and clear these strikes out. And it was another brutal one. Almost made a pyramid there in the center of the strike thing. Going to head over to the track mate while it's still up. Guillermo Sire out in the lead, 108. He's 7 laps up on Randy Kirtley with 101. Gabriel Kirtley is 96 laps, so he's about 7 laps or so down. Jay Latham there, 95. 91 tied Nathaniel and Glenn. 90 for Josh Reinerson and 87 for Sean. That just goes to show you how close it really is from top to bottom with these cars. I'll take you over here to scene 8. I'll talk to the guys real quick, and I'll be right back with you. All right, folks, 10 seconds, and we'll be back green racing. We see Sean there getting his car put back out there real quick. Some of our little car catchers here catching a little bit of damage as they falling in and stuff, so we've been putting them up underneath the track when they do. Got to come up with a little bit better idea on how to do that, really. I'm thinking about maybe stapling it or something, but I really hate to do that to a brand new track. That same aspect, the walls on the track are so small that, man, they come flying off there sometimes. But nonetheless, Guillermo Sires out in the lead. Randy Kirtley there in second. Gabriel Kirtley there in third. And these guys are starting to get the hang of the old Fairview IT Cup cars. Coming up next, we got the 72 Pitch LMP cars on the blue track. So they should all be warmed up and ready to go on that. As we see Glenn Burden here going to take a strike. Glenn Burden there on purple lane taking a hit. I'm thinking this week too, so I got 2 issues that I think I can solve tomorrow. I'm going to print out some stickers and stuff, put on the tracks. We've had some track crowding. Not so much these guys here, but every once in a while people will crowd the tracks. Makes it hard to see, especially on these big tracks like this. And then on the oval track for the RC tracks, been getting crowded a lot by younger kids and shorter men and stuff like that. So we're going to have about a foot or so little line set up to where that they basically have to stand back, kind of like how we did with the drag strip. So we're going to see Randy Kirtley there getting a strike. And that'll be his first. Oh, looks like we got another one here. So Sean, too, also going to take a strike there on red lane. And Sean, of course, hitting the button to start it back up. 4 red lights dropping out to a green. And here we go. So we are starting to drop frames here currently. Just seen 240 dropped right there. So let me check our channel. We might need to start a new stream up. So we get a yellow flag here. And that's going to be Gabriel Kirtley receiving a strike there on green lane, his first. Josh Reinerson hitting the button there, and it's right at the last turn. Heart wrencher there. We're going to see Josh Reinerson there take a hit on blue lane. That'll be his first. Fairview IT Management is our sponsor for this race and sponsor for the 4 Crowns, dellying up $1,000 for these racers to add to the prize pool for the 4 Crowns. Also, Livermore Kentucky Subway, 270-278-5999, dellying up $1,000 for these racers too in the 4 Crowns. To be eligible for the 4 Crowns at the end of the year, to get in it, you must be in the one of the previous series throughout the year. Other than that, you can still race in it, kind of like how Sean is right now, but you just have to pay the premium pro class rate to be able to do that. As we see Glenn Burden here going to take a strike there on purple. That'll be his second. But you don't get points. That's the issue. You can run in the race in the main event, basically, but you don't get points unless you have been in one of the previous series. But that's kind of how we do a weeding process, I guess you would say, because I do believe this in the future is going to be quite popular. It's been popular for the past 2 years now, so I think it's only gotten better since then. Nathaniel Burden going to take a strike here on white lane. And every year except for this year, it has increased. Now, last year and this year was the same at 4,000. So, maybe next year we'll get another sponsor and make it 3, and that would be awesome. So then that will be a 6,000 purse. As we see Randy Kirtley getting involved in a little bit of an incident there, getting sent on the last corner of the track there. Randy Kirtley going to take a strike. As Randy Kirtley gets out. So 4 red lights dropping out to a green. 18 seconds left to go. We got this heat and one more, and that'll be it. If we get a car coming completely off the track there. Looks like Gabriel Kirtley's car coming off. Oh, looks like Nathaniel Burden also. I missed him. Nathaniel Burden there on white lane taking a strike. So right now, Nathaniel 2, Gabriel 2, Randy 2, and Glenn 2. Josh has got 1, and Sean has 1. Seconds left to go in this second to the final heat of the race. Guillermo Sire gets in an incident. Looks like he's going to collect another car there with him as Jay Latham rolls around to get the car. So the old slide technique, as they slide the cars on the Lexan tops, Jay Latham's going to take a strike, and so is Guillermo. Jay's first, Guillermo's first. And a yellow-red flag. It looks like there's going to be just a little bit of time left on the clock. And I believe that's Nathaniel Burden. That's going to be his third strike. So, and that's a red flag rotation. So we'll clear the strikes off here. And it was a brutal heat there for Nathaniel for sure. We're going to head over to the track mate, take a look. Guillermo Sire out in the lead, 126 laps, 118 for Randy, 114 for Gabriel Kirtley, 111 for Jay Latham, 108 for Josh Reinerson, 107 for Glenn Burden, 106 for Nathaniel, and 104 for Sean McCutcheon. All right, guys, going to leave you here and let you watch these guys work. I'll be right back with you. All right, here we go. 5 seconds for the final rotation of the Fairview IT Management Cup Series. Coming up next, the 72 pitch LMP class here at Lanes Raceway. Right out of the gate, hard boost into the power into the second corner there. So that is going to be a strike for Josh Reinerson there on yellow lane, currently in 4th position. Purple. Oh, I gave that to Jay, didn't I? Oops, I seen a yellow car. Let me do the X through here. All right, purple. Sorry about that. Sorry, Jay, about gave you a strike. As the day winds on, I get a little bit more tired. Gabriel Kirtley going to take a strike there on blue lane. That'll be his first. Yeah, I fluffed my hair up too. Let's see what it looks like. I can look at it on live stream. Oh, it ain't too bad. Yeah. Well, I could almost fall asleep here in this chair, really. My feet hurt standing all day too. Other than whenever I've been over here live streaming. As we got another yellow flag here. Car coming off in the second bin there. Let's see if we can get a little bit better view here. So, another car coming off. That's going to be Cotton Candy Randy coming off. And that is on orange lane. His first. And we got a yellow flag here again. This is a car that come off on the corner there. It's hard to see. Second to the last corner though, man. It's brutal. Lynn Burton's going to make a nice gentle toss. And that is Glenn Burton's car. So Glenn's going to take a strike. Four red lights are dropping out to green. Here we go. Oh, a couple cars getting into each other there on the second corner. Let's get a front cut on there. So it's Josh Ryerson and Gabriel Kirtley both cut up into each other. So Josh Ryerson, that'll be his second. Gabriel Kirtley, that'll be his second. 2-on-2. Toots Kurt. That's my wife, y'all. Hey, Donnie. Yeah. Hello, T. Looks like we got another car there, too. It's on the left side of Gabriel. So that'll be Jay Latham. Yeah, Jay Latham going to take a strike. And that's yellow. That'll be his first. And then we got another one off here. And that is going to be Guillermo Sire taking a strike. And that's on white lane. And already into another one here. Guys, this can't get into a rhythm. That's going to be Guillermo and Sean. So Sean and Guillermo. That'll be Guillermo's second strike. And a minute and 30 seconds left in the round robin 8 of 8. Four red lights dropping out to green. Here we go. From top to bottom, not a big change. 130 to 108. That's from top to bottom. That's one person having the worst luck all the way to the person having the most. Those are pretty good numbers when it comes to racing. as we see a cluster go through the first corner. Somebody had to pay the dues, and it looks like it's going to be Jay Latham paying. Jay Latham's second strike. So right now we got 2 for Guillermo, 2 for Gabriel, 2 for Jay, and 2 for Josh. One minute left to go in the heat, and then the podium pictures begin as we see a car slam to the high outside there on the second to the last corner there. Glenn Burden's going to roll around there and grab that car. And it's going to be Glenn's car, actually. So we'll see Glenn Burden here on black. That'll be his second. Now Glenn joining the two-man crew. Four red lights dropping out to green. We're coming into the final bits here. As we get a yellow flag, looks like Cotton Candy Randy on Orange Lane going to take a strike. That'll make his second. Everybody has 2 except for Sean and Nathaniel. So if it isn't Sean or Nathaniel that wrecks, somebody's coming out in the next few seconds. 42 seconds left. And that is going to be Nathaniel's first strike. Very close racing here. Guillermo Sire, 139, 132 for Randy, 127 for Gabriel, 124 for Jay, 122 for Josh, 119 for Nathaniel, 118 tied Glenn and Sean. So we'll see a car flying down here. We'll see who it is, because it's probably got 3 strikes on it, whoever it is. Nathaniel, whose car is that? All right. Nathaniel's second strike. Almost everybody except for Sean has 2 strikes. Actually, everybody does except for Sean. Who's out? Yep. So Guillermo and Randy both out here, and they're the top 2 here, folks. What a turn of events. 5 seconds left. Not enough time to make up that many laps. They're pretty much solidified here with 5 seconds. If this would have happened at the beginning of the heat, it could have been a different story. You just never know. And that is a checkered flag, and what a brutal strike list there. We're going to go ahead and clear all that out and act like it never happened. Head over to the track mate here. We see Guillermo Sire out in the lead, 141 total laps, bringing home that victory. 134 for Randy Kirtley, 129 for Gabriel Kirtley, 127 for Jay Latham, 125 for Josh Rounison. Nathaniel Burden, 120 tied up with Sean McCutcheon, and 120 for Glenn Burden. T's going to go over there, and she's going to get pictures made for our top 3 podium finishers. And then we're going to jump into our last. You're fine, yeah. We're going to jump into your last final race of the evening, the 72 pitch LMP class. When you guys are ready, bring your 72 pitch cars up to the front and I'll get them teched. So I'm going to go up there and tech some 72 pitch cars. And we're going to try to rock and roll right into this and finish up the evening. Hopefully get the Roombas driving through tonight, mapping out the place, getting them mopped and swept for us. That'd be nice. So that we don't have to do that tomorrow. I can actually maybe sleep in for a change. All right, got LMPs here. Got to get the resistance check going. So got to find my tech tool. There it is. All right, starting out, let's look at Nathaniel Burden's car here. He's got a 0.6 and a 0.5 and a 0.5. That's a pretty good one there. So he's going to pass. And then let's take a look here at, I believe this is Glenn Burden's 1.3. He's definitely going to pass here. And a 1.6, we'll go ahead and pass that easily. The Frost King himself, Randy Kirtley, let's check him. 0.6. Ooh, he's getting close there. 0.6. And another 0.6 there. Frost King's going to make it. Jay, the Rum Runner Latham, also known as Kings Lanes Raceway, is a 0.6. 0.6. And a 0.5. So Jay's going to make it. All right, 0.5 for Josh Reinerson. 0.5 for Josh Reinerson. And a 0.5 for Josh Reinerson. He's going to make it. All right. I got 5 cars up here. LMP, need more. Yes, T, can you get him a 9-tooth pinion, Cofer? Not tonight, sorry. Tonight I'm stuck behind the computer. But if you leave it, I can get it done for you. Oh, is it? 0.6. Now I can get it to you and you can do it. 0.7. What is it? He needs a pinion installed and a 0.8. Well, I mean, I'll let you use my soldering iron. I don't have the time to do it. Oh, yeah. That's like the best soldering iron you can get. Well, actually, that's the bigger version of that. Yeah. Oh, T, how much is the soldering iron? The 888? All right. It's 100 and something. 147, yeah. Okay, check this. So 10, 0.6, and a 0.6. All right. Is that all up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And Guillermo. I got to get Guillermo's. Guillermo, need your car. All right, go ahead. Go ahead. All right, you're good. And that's good. T-Shawn needed a 9-tooth Colford. I gotta go pee. All right, folks, I'll be right back with you here shortly. All the guys have teched in. I think we might have one late entrant here, and then we'll get started in the 72 pitch. So bear with us and just stay glued to that screen. Test. All right. So the guys are teched up and good to go. Gold Dust, number one fan, Donnie K. What's up, Gold Dust? Right now, we are currently waiting on the guys to get their stuff put on, and then we'll be coming into our final race here for the evening. As you guys can see, Jay, Gabriel, and Josh Reinerson over there having a conversation about one RC here at Lane's Raceway. Of course, we do have two classes, or well, right now we got one. Whenever the LiPo batteries come in, we will have two classes: a unlimited class that's one RC only parts, and then our box stock class, one RC only parts with the stock batteries. Excuse me. But both of them pretty good, not bad at all. As we can see here, Guillermo Sire moving down here. T's getting names put in on the blue track yet again. And we're getting Steven in here. That'll be 8 total racers. And now the guys can put their cars on the track and get ready to go green racing. Goldust says, what's up? Nothing but racing, man. Lanes Raceway racing every Sunday, all day long on the slot car tracks. It's currently from 1 all the way till closing, basically, is what it takes to get this done. As you guys can tell, we're coming into our final race here. Let's see what time it is here. It's almost 7 o'clock. I'd like to get ready to go by 7, because then that'll be about 9 o'clock. We'll be fully done and out of here. And everybody can get home safe. The vault now has access to key codes. So if you are here at Lanes Raceway, the next time that you come in, you can either opt to get vault access, or you need to take your stuff home, as we can now do the key codes. Goldust #1 fan, I've shaved the beard off, man. That was a good choice there, Goldust. That was a good choice. I think you look a lot better, a lot cleaner looking with a shaved beard. But I have no room to talk, man. Man, I can look at myself right now. I'm looking really rough. I'm going to shave up tomorrow. But, yeah, I'm proud of you, man. I'm glad you got that thing shaved. I think you did a really good job the other night on the drag race, too. I think a lot of people were surprised how well you did on that with the rail car, the big 10-inch. And we almost got us one of them cars into the semifinals. Had an opportunity to get 3 in there, folks. He brought all 3 right before the semifinals on family night, and just had some bad luck with 3 of them. The first one, I think he red lit against Worm in the Nova. And then the second one, he got a little too excited and unplugged his black wire. And then the third one, he just got beat on reaction time pretty severely. But other than that, I mean, for a first-time drag racer, getting 3 to almost the semifinals, that's pretty good when you're talking about, I think it was 54 car entries. So it's pretty good. Let's see, Randy Kirtley there, also known as Cotton Candy Randy, getting his controller hooked up. Glenn Burden there on orange, getting his hooked up. Natty Ice Nathaniel Burden getting his car lined up. Jay the King Latham getting his hooked up. What cars, my man? This is a 72 Pitch LMP, our final series for the night, and our final crown. It was our red crown. Remember, Glenn Burden ended up bringing home the fall series, and he chose this class. It was our last series of the year before we started the 4 crowns. Got a full stock of Jones sodas in this past week too. Had quite a few people come and get some of them Jones sodas. We went all over the nation, it felt like, looking for them. I tried the s'mores. It wasn't bad. It's very marshmallowy tasting. But the rules for the 1RC have been posted online. If you guys want to check that out, that'll be our next race coming up, and that starts Tuesday. We'll be here running that. We might have a change of schedule on our hard body race come Wednesday. So if just depends on how Wednesday goes. If it's lackluster like it was last week, we're probably going to move it to Tuesday also, and open up another day here to get stuff done at Lanes Raceway. Currently, only have one day really open to get stuff accomplished without being open all day. So we're going to try to consolidate if we can. If not, then we will continue on as long as there's enough interest in doing that. Because for those that don't know, a big building like this is not cheap to turn the lights on in. So if we can shave a little bit of that cost, we can get it back to our racers and keep the prices low on other stuff. And it's all about just accounting for pretty much everything in here. And once you get that down, and you can form what's called a budget. Gold Dust is starting to learn a little bit about budgets in his business class. So budgets are very important, especially in business. All right, looks like we got 8 cars out here. Looks like the temperatures are rising in the race in the heat. Everybody's getting ready. Now, I've seen these guys shine like they get in the zone, ladies and gentlemen. They get in the zone sometimes when it's their last race and they get a little bit tired. But then other times I've seen them destroy their stuff. So what kind of night's it going to be tonight? Are we going to see some guys going for glory and side-by-side action? Or are we going to see a big mess? That's yet to be told. But I'm excited to see what we can get going on here. All right, racers. Are we ready? Watch your lights. 4 red lights are dropping out to a green. First round robin heat. 3 strikes, you're out. 72 pitch here at Lanes Raceway. Nerves are high. Cars are driving better. These guys are smooth as butter. Who's going to be the first to come off? And it looks like Nathaniel Burton. Nathaniel Burton here going to receive a strike. And that's 1 for White. 4 red lights are dropping out to a green. Here we go. Chat is live, YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. If you like what you see, like, share, subscribe, share it with all your friends. All that stuff helps push us up the old algorithm, as they call it. And that's on Black Lane. That's going to be Sean taking a strike. Special thanks to our sponsors for the 4 Crowns, Fairview IT Management and Livermore Subway. They're the reason these guys are getting an extra $2,000 for the pot. We paid out 10 positions in the 4 Crowns. It's the only one that we pay past the podium. So we see Josh Reinerson bringing his car around here. Josh Reinerson getting his car put back on there. He's representing a monster body for Mid-America, and I'll tell you what, that JPG up there in Mid-America can flat paint some cars, folks. You can check out some of their bodies there on Mid-America. You can come down here. We have several in stock, and cool thing is, sell them for the same price, so works out good. See Gabriel Kirtley popping a wheelie there on the back stretch, or well, the middle stretch, I guess you would say. Gabriel Kirtley going to receive his first strike here. So Gold Dust, the sell form is for if you want to sell any of your cars or anything like that, you bring them in here, you talk to me, we'll get you set up. Jay Latham going to receive a strike here real quick, hang on. And we'll get you set up in one of our vestibules here to where that people can see your cars, and we'll sell them, and it's for a 90-day contract. You'll sign a piece of paper, and when you do, we sell it. I make a little bit of commission off of it, and you get the rest, and you get to set your high price and your low price, and after 90 days, we'll give it back to you, or you can set up another one, and we'll start it for another 90. if you pull it early, there is a fee on that. So all that stuff can be explained when you come in here, or you can check out the online. It tells you all about it on our website, www.lanesraceway.com. I think it's also posted on Facebook. Probably easier to just go to Facebook. But it's just a way to sell stuff here at Lanes Raceway. We've put in a lot of effort and a lot of money, if you guys can't tell, in making this place. So we deserve or reserve all rights. And hang on a second here. This is going to be Guillermo Sire there on green lane taking a strike. We reserve all rights to, just like First Lanes Raceway, no solicitation, no selling, stuff like that here in Lanes Raceway. So we used to be no selling whatsoever. Then we kind of moved to a more liberal way of selling, but then it just become a thing for people to come and swap and sell and trade here at Lanes Raceway and use us as a way to advertise for people freely. But the thing is, they were cutting us out of everything. And, you know, you race those cars here, you do those activities here, and therefore it's like a perfect advertisement that they didn't have to pay for. So this just basically makes them have to put a little skin in the game and have to help pay for a facility like this, as these facilities are not cheap by any means. As we see a red flag rolling here, Sean's going to take his 120 seconds and fix his car, and that'll be his second strike. But yeah, and it's just a way of keeping the prices low here at Lanes Raceway, because if we just let that happen and we never sell anything, then I got to increase the prices of the parts, which I had done. They're back down to normal now because of this. This is a way to combat that, because, you know, people don't like prices going up, but at the same time, we have to have those prices go up and make those payments. So instead of doing that, we've opted to do this, and it's the punishments will be severe if you do not sell your stuff through us, like super severe. It's my brother's taking control of all accounting here at Lanes Raceway. It's just we don't want to be looked at as a place, as a swap meet place. We want to be looked at as a serious slot car location, and we're making all mounds and bounds to do so. We're not here to play games when it comes to that kind of stuff. So the first person is definitely going to get hit really hard. So definitely just go by the rules and everything will be fine. So Sean, he's already received his strike there to be his second. And we are 4 red lights dropping into a green and going green. As we get another yellow flag, it looks like we got Randy Cotton Candy coming off there. The Frost King himself going to take a strike there, his first. I mean, furthermore, on the subject at hand, that extends to all of the property here too, not just the building. But yes, it's been talked about for quite some weeks here, and it has become quite an issue and a problem. Black, that's 3. And if you guys don't know by now, Lanes Raceway is into solving problems. As anytime we have a problem here, we try to fix it, and we're going to continue to do so, because, you know, better to cut off a finger than to cut off a leg, because sometimes when you cut off legs, the body dies. So, you know, in the same way, you know, yeah, it's not going to make everybody happy, but we don't need those people. In other words, I hate to say it, but if you're here just to make money off of us, we don't need you. This is supposed to be a hobby. It's supposed to be fun. And at the end of the day, this is also business. So I stick by my brother and the decisions that he's made. There's a reason my brother is so successful. It's because he's been through all this stuff several times. Whose car is that? Glenn? So Glenn's got a new body. I forgot about that. So he'll be taking a strike here. But the body's doing him good, as that car's handling a whole lot better. Glenn Burton currently in 5th position. Guillermo Sire there in 1st position, 17. Josh Reinerson, 17. And that's a red flag rotation, guys, as first heats go. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. So we did not see one person come out. And we're going to see Guillermo Sire there back in the lead. 19 laps, 18 laps for Josh Ryerson right there on his tail. Randy and Gabriel Kirtley tied at 17. 16 tied with Glenn and Jay. And Nathaniel and Sean, well, Nathaniel 15, Sean 10. Going to head it over here to the oval so you can see a little bit better of these guys working. If you got any questions, any comments, or anything like that, you can more than welcome to hit up the chat channel here now or hit a private message on Facebook. We'll get back to you as soon as possible. We usually answer those if we're off on Monday. We usually answer them back when we come back on Tuesday. We do not have a Facebook at home, so if you're expecting quick, immediate answers, usually during the live stream, probably be your best bet. Other than that, it might take a day or so. All right, here we go. 4 red lights dropping out to green. We're going back racing. This is our round robin 2 of 8. Guillermo Sire currently in the lead. These guys are smooth behind the wheel with these 72 pitches. They're even more silent than the 64. Nice smooth transitions here. Guillermo Sire and Josh Ryerson currently on the same lap here. Those low profile bodies definitely paying off. Guillermo Sire's been on fire this whole race long. So we see one or maybe 2 cars coming off here. That's going to be Sean. So Sean McCutcheon's going to take a strike here. Sorry about that. And that'll be his first. We'll go back racing here. Guillermo Sire out in the lead, 22 laps. Josh Ryerson close behind him. Randy Kirtley and Gabriel Kirtley tied up close together. As we get a yellow flag and a smooth coast from Guillermo Sire. We're going to see Nathaniel Burden looking at his car. And Nathaniel Burden's pulling his car. He's not having luck this weekend, it doesn't look like. So Nathaniel smoked a motor, he says. So he's going to take a 3. He may try to put a new one in it. I'm not for sure. We'll see. As he takes a yellow flag, he did not hit his button. So they've continued the race on. A minute 24 seconds into it. Now we're going to see Sean McCutcheon here taking his second strike. As he's going to sit down and take a look at his car. And I don't think he's hit the button either, so I don't know what's going on here. Maybe he blew a motor too. I don't know. Some blown motors going on maybe. I always try to tell the guys don't use the voodoo and don't use the lighter fluid. Uh, this is not good on motors, but sometimes they do, and that's just how it is. As we get a yellow flag here, and I don't know who's out here, but second to the last corner here, it looks to be Jay Latham. Jay Latham going to take a strike here, and Jay Latham there on green, taking his first. Four red lights dropping out to green. Here we go. A minute and 13 seconds left in the heat. As we focus in somewhat on the leader here, we can see him coming around the start finish line first, second, third corner as he goes through the middle. He's coming in on a pack of Jay Latham, and I can't see who the other car is. He passes Jay Latham, and looks like he passes Glenn too. As he comes back around here, start finish line, we get a incident to take place in the third to the last corner there. Now that's going to be Gabriel Kirtley taking a hit, and that'll be his first strike. He had some hit or miss luck last week with the Livermore Lightning car. It seemed like he did a lot better when the nose was up off of the track than he did when the nose was on it. So I don't know what he's done from this week to last week, but right now he's not sitting bad there in fourth position with 29 laps. He was tied up with Randy Kirtley there on black. Randy Kirtley taking an approach to keep his car on a little bit better there on black, as we see him going around the third corner into the middle, around the third to last, second to last, down to the back stretch. First corner, and Randy Kirtley there coming up in on some traffic here. Jay Latham's his next one, as we see the car of Glenn Burden catch an edge there. Jay Latham narrowly missing an incident. Glenn Burden there, of course, going to take a strike here. It'll be his first. The body that Glenn is using, definitely a better body than what he has been using the past couple of weeks. Glenn Burden there almost looking tropical as he goes around the track there with the pineapple and lime colored car. And of course his car coming off there in the middle again might have some issues with the braid possibly. I'm sure it's not a bend. As he sets his car back on, he's going to take another strike there though. That'll be his second. Now Glenn Burden and Sean are both with 2 strikes. Everybody else is either 0 strikes or 1. And we got 16 seconds left in this heat. That just goes to show you how close these guys are racing, as Glenn Burden lifts and lets the car go by of Jay Latham. 7 seconds left in the heat. These guys are holding strong. Can they make it to the end? And yes, they can't. No, that's a heat over. He hit it just a 1/10 of a second too late. Strikes are going to clear here, and another good heat here, to say the very least. Heading over to the track mate, Guillermo Sire out in the lead by 1 lap. Josh Reinerson's making it close, though, as we can see 19 laps on green for Guillermo, 18 on yellow for Josh, but 20 for blue and orange. So it's a very close race between Josh and Guillermo currently. Randy Kirtley there in third position. He's 17 laps and a 20 on black. So he's right there in the mix, too, alongside Gabriel there, kind of dropping his averages a little bit, 17 and 18. He's still got a battle chance here, but he's going to have to pick up the pace just a smidge. Glenn Burden there with 32 laps tied up with Jay Latham, both turning 16s. 18 laps there for Nathaniel Burden, turning 15 on white, blowing his motor there on red. And then Sean also having some motor trouble there. 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Going to take you back here to the main menu and bring to mind the sponsors of the Four Crowns. Fairview IT Management Cup Series. We just got done running it. They've put up $1,000 for us here for these racers, and that's why the competition's high, folks. So that'll be $1,000 that we'll match in track bucks for a total of $2,000. And then we got Livermore, Kentucky Subway throwing in $1,000 in the pot, which we will match with $1,000 track bucks. And for a total of $4,000. These guys are racing for in the Four Crowns. Now, the Four Crowns is our biggest of all four series, and it will go into the first of the year a little bit. But these guys are definitely going to be racing hard for that. Now, we crown a king for the year, and we also get 4 Lord's crowns that we give out during the banquet. We get those pictures made up, and they hang in here for the year. And then we'll give the pictures from the previous year to the owners previously, and we'll continue on after we get a picture. Maybe eventually we'll have a humongous picture with everything in it. That would be crazy. Nonetheless, 1 minute, and we'll be right back with you. All right, 4 red lights dropping out to green. We're back racing. Nathaniel and Sean still having issues with their cars, not making it so far into this round robin 3 of 8. But first car off looks to be Gabriel Kirtley going to take a strike here on black lane. Now it looks like Sean's got his car. He's going to get her back dipped in there. Get hooked up. Gabriel, did you get a strike? Okay, I already had him. It's hard to see the cars here on the world track. So sometimes when the guys aren't lined up, it's hard to get them. So we see a car coming off in the middle there. We'll see who it is. T's going to grab that. And that's going to be Josh Reinerson's Monster Mobile. Josh Reinerson there on white, taking his first strike. Some of the smoothest racing I've seen in a bit right there. These guys side by side, neck and neck. And we went several seconds without an incident here as we see Glenn Burden right there going to take a strike, his first. But we can see some close racing here for sure as we see the purple car of Guillermo going into the third corner there. Now we need a yellow flag here. Now that's going to be Sean taking a strike. But Guillermo, our leader, is in the middle of the camel hump there, trying to reel in Gabriel Kirtley. As we see Sean here on orange taking a strike. We'll be heading back to the camel hump. That is the lead there. Right in front of Guillermo is Gabriel Kirtley. And it looks like Randy got a strike too. We'll go ahead and hit him with a strike. I didn't see it. Sorry about that, folks. But Guillermo coming around the front stretch there as he goes to first, second, third corner. Camel hump. He's out in no man's land. He comes right around the front stretch. Gabriel Kirtley coming off to second to the last corner there. One of the hard hits that hurt the most. That'll be his second strike. Surf Ranger checking in from Huntington Beach. Thanks for checking in. As we can see here, Gabriel Kirtley's car coming around. That's his second strike. Already striked him up, so I didn't want to strike him again. I guess they looked at the car for a little bit. 4 red lights dropping out to green. Here we go. And right now, focusing back in on that purple lane of Guillermo Sire. He's coming around. He's wanting to reel him in front. First, second, third corner camel hump as he comes to reel in Sean. Sean pretty quick in the red and white boogie body as he does reel in his first victim here. Coming around Sean here on the last turn, making a dive bomb first, second, third corner. Sean staying pretty close to him within a car length there as he comes through the start-finish line first, second, third corner. Sean gives up the bag there as he comes off in the second corner in the red and white boogie body. So Sean going to take his second strike. But Sean's actually, his car's fast enough to keep up with Guillermo, just the difference in lane currently. Sean, that's 2. I'll let you know when it's 3. "13 seconds left to go in the heat. Guillermo Sire, your leader by 1 lap. Josh Reinerson there on white lane. Let's see how he's doing there on white lane as he goes to make a pass there on Randy Kirtley on the yellow. So it looks like they're swapping controllers there. Jay Latham going to allow Sean to borrow one of his backup controllers. All right, here we go. 4 red lights dropping out to a green. We are looking at the last corner here. White lane. Josh Reinerson coming to make a pass here. Stalled Sean. Josh Reinerson able to make that pass on Cotton Candy Randy as he rolls around. Josh Reinerson's car going to come off in the second corner there, right next to Sean. Josh Reinerson also with a very fast car here today. That'll be his second strike. Now, Josh Reinerson, yeah, Josh Reinerson, Sean, and Gabriel all with 2 strikes here currently. 4 red lights dropping out to a green. Here we go. Back to focusing in on our current leader as we end. He's going to cross the start-finish line there. Start to take the strikes away here. A bunch of people close to the edge on that one for sure. Heading over here to the TrackMate, though, let's take a look at some breakdowns on these numbers. So 19, 20, and 18 is Guillermo, current leader there with 57. Josh Reinerson right there behind him. He's only underperformed on 1 lane. He's got 2 18s and a 20. So he's matched up a lane on the lower side. So his underperformance is white, but it might not be an underperformance because white and red are very difficult to drive. Now, it might be an underperformance maybe there on yellow, but I'm not for sure. We'll just have to wait and see. Randy Kirtley there, 19, 17, and 20, tying up 56 also. Of course, underperforming there on purple really cost him. So he's tied up there, but it's a very close race, our top 3 here. With 2 minutes and 10 seconds left to go before we go into the next round. Let's take it over to the Scene 8, our main scene here. Thank our sponsors yet again, Fairview IT Management out of Owensboro and Bowling Green, Kentucky, for all their hard work here, getting this infrastructure set up for us to have these live streams and for you to see the strike system and everything else on this live stream, not to mention our Tuesday night RC track races. But just special thanks to them. They're also helping our infrastructure here to make Lanes Raceway profitable. So we're thankful for that too. So if you need any help with a computer or anything like that, give them a call, Fairview IT Management, and tell them Donnie sent you from Lanes Raceway. Livermore, Kentucky Subway, 270-278-5999, next door to Lanes Raceway. Get a receipt, get 10% off of anything in there as long as you get that receipt from Lanes Raceway and take their receipt, get 10% off here up to an item up to $100. I've just been informed earlier today that they do have the holiday cookies, the peppermint chocolate cookies also. So you want to definitely check them out. Get you a big sub sandwich. They also cater a lot of our banquets, and they do it for a cheap price. So we're appreciative of that too, and blessed to say that we know Livermore Subway and how they help us out here at Lanes Raceway. But they are paying up $1,000 each to these racers, and we're going to match it here at Lanes Raceway for a total of a $4,000 purse these guys are racing for in the next coming months. So stay tuned. These guys are constantly getting better, and they're pushing to the limits. April the 12th, we're going to have the Flexi Challenge Series here at Lanes Raceway, and that's something that's been going on down south for quite some time. We're excited to have it come up here and race on our World's track, as I think a lot of guys are very excited. Some of our guys went down to Apex and checked that out, so that was pretty cool too. Apex, of course, in Nashville, Tennessee. Anyways, folks, we got about 4 seconds before we jump into our midway 4 of 8 round robin. This race has been going by smooth. These guys are giving each other room and looking good doing it. I feel like I'm watching the Worlds from 2023 right now. Only difference is this track's blue, folks. All right, as we're already into our first come off. T, my wife there, she's grabbing a car, bringing it around. She's a little cold. We do got both of the heaters on. It's currently at 70 degrees. I hate to turn it up anymore because when you're racing and you're doing a lot of mental thought, you do get hot. So I don't want to make the guys uncomfortable. It's probably good if she just walk around a little bit and get her bones warm. Let these guys feel comfortable. The more comfortable these guys are, the better they perform, the cooler it is to watch these races. Guillermo Sire there on black lane. We're going to follow him as he comes around to the last corner here on the front stretch, first, second, third corner, coming up trying to catch Gabriel Kirtley, and he's making the pass on Gabriel, but Gabriel's making it back through the first 4 corners there, and then he catches him on the last 3 there. So Guillermo pulling back a little bit as we get a wreck. Gabriel's out in front of Guillermo about 8 or so car lengths. Now Guillermo currently side by side with Sean, and we'll see how that works out as we progress here. Now that's going to be a strike there for Glenn Burden on green lane. So let's hit that. And back to our leader, who is coming in the camel hump around the third, second, first corner to the front stretch. He's right there behind Gabriel Kirtley there in the yellow and blue car coming around the back stretch there, as we can see him there on the camel hump. And there, he's reeling him in just by about a car length a lap. He gets close and he kind of backs off there as he's neck and neck with Gabriel. Gabriel comes off and they collide with each other there in the third to the last front stretch there. Nothing you could really do there, just over pushing from both of these racers, just really giving each other is what they could give. So Gabriel and Guillermo having a friendly little incident there, trying to increase each other's skills there as they progress through there. Guillermo and Gabriel both going to take strikes here. Guillermo Sire there on black lane. Gabriel Kirtley on yellow. Both of them with 1 strike currently. And second position here, looks like Sean also taking a strike here on white lane, his first. 4 red lights are dropping out to a green. As we focus in on the red lane of Josh Reinerson, second, third. Now he's in the camel hump. As he comes around here, he's making up good time on the last 3 corners there. So we had a car come off, and Josh Reinerson's going to narrowly miss Sean. Now that'll be Sean on white lane, second strike. With 1 minute and 7 seconds left to go in the heat. We got some fast and the furious running here. Not to be associated with registered trademark movie from Universal. But we're just talking about fast and furious racers in general. These guys want that first place. They want to wear that king's crown. They want to be draped in the red velvet. As we head back around here, looking at red lane coming through the start-finish line, first, second, third corner. He's in no man's land there by the camel hump. Coming around, making some smooth transitions there on red lane. Josh Reinerson's keeping it in contact, staying out of other people's way there in the middle. And this is what you kind of need to do, especially just staying off the radar is a good thing to do at all times if you can hang out in the back. Josh Reinerson coming to a pause here. What's going on? Oh my goodness, you have got to be kidding me. That is the worst I've ever seen. Josh Reinerson with some horrible luck right there. His car literally popping out of the slot right before the start finish line. So we see Josh Reinerson there coming back, just picking his car up, not even a foot to put at the front line. He lost a full 8 seconds. Josh Reinerson having an issue again there at the very end of the track here, as that'll be his second strike. He's got one more strike. I'm going to stop talking about him. I think I'm cursing him. We're going to start talking about Guillermo again, our current leader here, right now coming into the final corner of the track on the start-finish line. Guillermo also in no man's land. Looks like he's got about a quarter of the track up on Gabriel Kirtley. Guillermo right now turning 5.938 as his lap time as he comes around the start-finish line again. 1, 2, 3, and a camel hump as he comes in to reel in that red lane of Josh Reinerson. Now on the second corner we have Glenn Burden and Randy Kirtley's good. Glenn Burden's got 2 strikes. So right now 2 strikes Josh, 2 strikes Sean, 2 strikes Glenn, 1 strike yellow, 1 strike purple, 1 strike black. Richard Austin says evening. Hello, Richard Austin. As we head back to this green racing, Guillermo Sire is our leader, and we got Sean coming off for a third time. Sean's going to have to set out the remainder of the heat. It's only 9 seconds, though, so it's not as punishing as that come-off highlight that we seen from Josh Reinerson earlier. That's a sad state of affairs for sure. If that happened to me, I would probably cry. Nonetheless, we're back to racing, back on that red lane to Josh Reinerson as he's side by side with Glenn Burden. Glenn Burden and him giving each other a little bit of pressure as they come into the third to the last corner. What an eventful little heat that was. Exciting to say the least. I was really getting involved with that, but I wish I had a replay just to go back and check that happened with Josh. Coming off right at the end of red lane where you hook up, and just crazy. Guillermo Sire in the lead, tied up with Randy Kirtley at 76. Randy Kirtley coming out of nowhere with that 76. Randy able to make a 20 lapper there on that orange lane. 73 laps for Josh Reinerson. He drops back a little bit, but he suffered a huge loss there, losing an 8-second lap. That's what pushed him back there into the third position. Gabriel Kirtley there currently in fourth position with 70. Very, very close top 4 right there. 66 laps for Jay Latham. 66 laps for Glenn Burden, tied up trying to take over that fourth position also. Timer kind of got us there a little bit. But I got to go talk to Josh Reinerson real quick about that. That's something that don't hardly ever happen. We'll see his thoughts on that and what exactly took place there, because I didn't get a good view of it. Josh, what went on whenever I seen you grab your car and move it like 2 foot? What happened right there?
Come out of the slot at the end of the straightaway, the absolute worst place that you can come out.
So did it pop a wheelie or something, or what happened exactly?
It's all this Guillermo Sire horsepower that we have shipped in from Argentina. We're running some special motors, and it's just got a lot of power.
Oh, so it's the match staggered tires of the Harry Hog?
Yes, it is. That Guillermo Sire is the Harry Hog of slot car racing. So yeah, it's just maximum power.
Well, I ain't ever seen anything like that, Josh Reinerson. Trust me, everybody out in internet land, myself included, feel for you on that. Guys, if you can see from the monitor, I'm here somewhere. I don't know. I think it's maybe this camera back here. But Josh's car literally came out right here. And when you come out right there, you get a strike. But he had to move his car from here to here, missing that whole lap. So that's the worst thing that could possibly happen. I've never seen anything so horrible in my life in slot car racing. Nonetheless, he trooped it up. He only ended up losing about 2 laps on that deal. But, man, that was horrible. You know, nobody wants that to happen. And sometimes you just got too much torque. And that can happen, I guess. When you're looking at 7 to 8 second laps, so that's a hard pill to swallow. But he kept it in. He ended up having 2 strikes. He kept it in, and he's still keeping the fight alive. He's in that top 3 battle for sure. And we got a couple of sharks there waiting in 4th and 5th position tied up. They're just waiting on something to happen to where that they can gain a couple of laps and get up into that podium action too. 10 seconds, and we'll be going back green racing. Got just enough time to thank our sponsors, Fairview IT Management and Livermore Subway, for their generous donations to the Four Crowns. Here we go. 4 red lights dropping to a green. We're coming into the later half of our 72 pitch race here at Lanes Raceway. Round robin, 5 of 8. Guillermo Sire, he's been on one all race day long. He's in first place currently, holding down that yellow lane. Yellow lane going into the first, second, third camel hump. He's out in no man's land right now as he comes to catch the Frost King, Randy Kirtley. Randy Kirtley now coming into the second to the last corner. Guillermo in the second to the last corner. That's the difference between these two. And Randy Kirtley, of course, in second position. Guillermo gaining maybe about 6 car lengths on him as he goes side by side there with, I believe, Jay Latham or Sean. And we get our first flag on the play. Guillermo Sire and Gabriel Kirtley taking strikes here. All right, those are the only two that I see. Both of these guys neck and neck. Josh Reinerson right there behind them. You can see him there on the front stretch. And right behind Josh Reinerson is Jay Latham. So we're going to have a little bit of cluster here when it comes into the first corner. But I'm sure these guys can hold it, as they say from that famous movie with Tom Cruise. And here we go, coming around that corner. Microphone went dead yet again. Sean going to take a strike there on red lane. But focusing back in on our top two, Randy Kirtley and Guillermo Sire. Guillermo Sire now 1 lap difference from Randy Kirtley. Randy Kirtley's poised to make an advancement here, and if we know the Frost King, he's going to try to take advantage of it. Now, Frost King does not have the fastest car out there, but he does have a good handling car. We can see him here in that blue and white car coming around the last corner of the track. Jay Latham going to be coming off here. He's going to receive a strike there on black lane. So as we focus in here on Randy Kirtley's car here, just know that there's a shark a-brewing there on yellow lane. But right there on that white lane, first, second, third hump coming into the camel hump around the second to the last corner. He is side by side with Jay Latham currently, who just received a strike. Now Glenn Burden going to take a strike here as he'll receive his first strike. That yellow car of Guillermo Sire is creeping in on Randy Kirtley, about 6 car lengths behind as they both come around the last corner. First, second, third, camel hump. Randy Kirtley out in the lead still yet, holding that distance between Guillermo Sire right behind him. And he's in a camel hump to second, last, and first, second. So now Guillermo making up that distance as we move to the front view here. You can see there in the first corner, both of them side by side there, just to the left of James. All right, here we go. So Gabriel and Sean taking strikes. That'll be Sean second and Gabriel second. So they need to dial her back a notch to stay in the fight here. As we go back to our event leaders, Randy and Guillermo. Guillermo going to make that pass on the inside, but he can't. Randy Kirtley's fighting him off in the middle. He's able to gain more speed to the last corners there. Randy actually burping it up a little bit on the second to last corner. In the camel hump, they're side by side. Last corner side by side across the start finish line as they both get a good coast. Both of these cars almost identical. For you? Yes. Gabriel Kirtley taking his third. So Gabriel Kirtley currently in 4th position, going to drop back a smidge here as we see Glenn Burden. Looks like he's taking a strike. Let's see, Glenn Burden right now, that'll be his second. Jay Latham on black, that'll be his second. So that was a detrimental wreck, to say the least, as it almost took out half the field almost. Gabriel Kirtley, the only one to suffer it. Now back to our event leaders there in the first corner, Randy and Guillermo. Back there by James on the first, second, third. Now we're in the camel hump together, coming around the third, second, first in the front. And they're side by side, keeping an eye on these guys just to see who's going to give it up first. Both of them just racing together as they come into traffic here. That's Sean they're coming up on. Sean brake checking, causing Randy to lose about a car length and a half. So Randy's either got to make it up or hold strong, and it looks like he's just going to hold strong about a car length behind. He's kind of in a danger zone when it comes to Guillermo. If Guillermo does come off, it could spell disaster for Randy. That's a red flag rotation, though. Both of them remaining safe as they come into the next round robin heat. As we check out the track mate here between Randy and Guillermo, we're seeing a pattern here. 19.4 on average from Guillermo, 19.2 on average from Randy Kirtley. We're talking some real tight, consistent moves here. One thing that I'm noticing, Guillermo was able to squeeze out 21 laps on that yellow lane, the most turns so far this race, and Randy was only able to turn 19 on the yellow. But the other thing that we see, Randy Kirtley is progressively turning 20 laps on all of the other ones except for purple. So it's a very, very tight race between these. Really, purple lane only separating these two by 1 lap. So they're very tight. 93 laps there in third place for Josh Reinerson. He's still got a stab at it 3 laps, and we're tied 83 for 3 spots, I believe. 3 or 4 spots down to 61. So literally that podium is on the mark. Those guys that are tied with 83, they're just waiting for somebody on the podium to drop out. If they do, they get the 3 strikes, we're going to see movement on that top 3. So it's still anybody's ball game all the way up to the very end. We are 3/4 of the way done with this round robin. So round robin 6 of 8 coming up next. Fairview IT Management, sponsor for the 4 Crowns, and they're the reason you're seeing the stream. They are computer geniuses. Get in contact with them out of Owensboro, Kentucky, or out of Bowling Green, Kentucky, the place where they make the Corvette. All right. Our other sponsor, Subway, out of Livermore, Kentucky, 270-278-5999. Take your receipt from Lanes Raceway over there, get 10% off. Take their receipt, get 10% off Lanes Raceway. It's a bang out deal either way you look at it. Plus, they got some good sandwiches, and they've just got a new stove. They got a lot of new stuff coming in. They're fixing to renovate. It's going to be a nice place, clean place, just a good place to eat. I eat there almost every single day. That's how much I like that Subway. So definitely give them a shot. Go over there, get you some gift cards or something. I'm sure they sell them for the Christmas season. Come to Lanes Raceway, get you some gift cards. But I'll tell you what, 43 seconds before we go back green racing. These guys are working diligently on their cars. And it's still anybody's ball game all the way down to probably 6th or 7th position. Very, very tight race and 72 pitch action here at Lanes Raceway. If you like what you see, like, share, and subscribe to us here at Lanes Raceway. We're live streaming all the time on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Of course, YouTube's probably our bigger channel out of all of them. Most people check out YouTube. It's a little bit easier. Pretty much comes on everybody's phones. But if you like what you see, like, share, and subscribe. It helps the guys out, helps us out here at Lanes Raceway. Just a good way to get that algorithm pumped up. We want to get that algorithm pumped up to get up to more and more places. 4 red lights dropping out to a green. Here we go. Back to our leaders. Guillermo Sire on orange. So we get our first strike here. That's going to be Jay Latham coming off there. And Jay Latham there on yellow, taking a strike, his first. Orange lane, Guillermo, he's fixing to pass the start-finish line now. First hump, second hump, third hump, and the camel's hump. So he goes around, passes Jay Latham. He's coming around to the final corner here. He's getting ready to pass Glenn Burden there in the Tropicana car. Something that Randy Kirtley don't like to see here. Our current second place there in red lane. Randy Kirtley going to take a strike here. Make fun of my wife's tossing abilities, calling her Tom Brady, trying to aim for Randy's nose, she said, or they said. As we come back around here, we can see Guillermo Sire coming up to make that pass on the inside, passing Guillermo, or passing Glenn Burden as he comes up on Sean. Sean there in the second corner. We can see Josh Reinerson currently in third position. He's coming off there in the third to the last corner. And that'll be his first strike here. been a very, very close race in this top 3 here. Jay Latham crossing the line there on yellow as he enters into the first 3 corners. But our leader into the camel hump now, right next to Frost King, as it comes side by side. Randy Kirtley just trying to stay alive there on red lane, as it is a little wider in the first 3 corners, shorter in the last 3. Guillermo and Randy back at it again on the camel's hump, side by side. Randy taking a little bit of burst lead there as Guillermo tries to push in and make that lead smaller. Guillermo makes it smaller now, losing a little bit of a lead as they come into some lap traffic here. Randy Kirtley trying to make that difference up as he's about 3 car lengths different from Guillermo Sire, and he's pushing up a little bit. He's made that difference up. Guillermo kind of pulling back a little bit. Guillermo now about a car length difference. They're both side by side yet again. Guillermo on the left side as they come side by side in lap traffic and almost a break point, middle of the camel hump. Randy Kirtley losing a little bit of traction there in the second to the last corner. He's about 6 car lengths different from Guillermo from the first corner as we get another caution. In this caution, we're going to see Nathaniel Burton back in action as he's going to take a strike here. So Randy Kirtley in the first corner there with Guillermo Sire. Let's see if we can get a little front action and try to follow it the best we can. It'll be first corner here, into the second corner, down into the camel's hump, around the back 2 corners here as Randy and Guillermo are back in that first corner again, side by side with, I believe, Gabriel Kirtley. Gabriel Kirtley there in the Livermore Lightning yellow and blue ride. We see another strike here for Nathaniel Burton. Nathaniel Burton getting a little bit out of what we usually been seeing him in the 4 Crowns, having a little bit more incidents with the 72 pitch as of late. We'll see if he can hang on to it for just a little bit longer. Guillermo now taking an advance move. Guillermo snapping his car coming out of the second to the last corner there, fallen victim. He will lose a lap here. This will bring it a little bit closer between him and Randy. Both of them, of course, having strikes now. But Guillermo there, that was a hard spot to come out. So right now, both of them having 1 strike. This is going to bring it within 1 lap now when Randy passes this line here on red lane. Guillermo's either going to have to pick up the pace and gain that back or just hang out where he's at. But Randy Kirtley running an impressive red lane here as he is being able to move very, very quickly here against Guillermo Sire as he comes up on Guillermo's backside and Randy gets involved in an incident with Jay Latham. But if you were going to have a wreck, this will be the spot to have that wreck, is right in the first corner. You lose the least amount of time, but you do still get a strike. Randy Kirtley currently on his second. Jay Latham on his second. Nathaniel Burton also on his second. A bunch of trash talking from the racers right now currently as we get 4 red lights dropping out to a green. Here we go. We're back to that racing action. Guillermo Sire into the first, second, third, into the camel's hump as we see Glenn Burden and Gabriel Kirtley involved in an incident here. Narrowly missing Sean. So Glenn there going to take his first strike. Gabriel going to take his first strike. And the hook of life getting dropped on the floor back there by my wife. I know you guys probably heard that. That wasn't a car being dropped. That was the hook of life. You see her there to the left of your screen under the Fairview IT Management Cup sign there. 4 red lights dropping out to green. Here we go. Guillermo Sire still your leader by 1 lap as he rounds about the start-finish line first, second, third camel hump as he comes into the last corner yet again. First, second, third. He's coming up next to Jay Latham in the second to last corner, making a pass nice and clean. Guillermo's going for it. He's trying to catch up with the big pack here, the 3 guys, Sean, Gabriel, and Glenn, and a red flag rotation, and he just catches them. I thought I heard a car come off, though, somewhere. And it was Randy Kirtley coming off right there at the end with 1 second left to go. Randy Kirtley, that'll be his third. That's your third, Dad. So 4 red lights dropping out to a green. Here we go. And a red flag rotation. So we're going to go ahead and clear these strikes out. And the battle is still ensuing between Guillermo and Randy. Randy was able to turn 18 laps there on red. Would have done better if he didn't get involved in those 3 incidents. And he was fast. He was sitting there side by side with Guillermo. But Randy still turning those 20 lappers is harsh to see for Guillermo for sure. Only 2 laps down from Guillermo, a very tight race. Josh Reinerson, 2 laps down from Randy, also a very tight race. Gabriel Kirtley with 100, tied up with Glenn Burden, 99 with Jay. That's how close. They're just sitting there praying and waiting that one of these guys have a set out. If they do, we're going to see all 3 of these guys jump up on that. Also, 79 laps for Sean and 32 laps for Nathaniel. Another time special to thank Fairview IT Management for sponsoring the 4 Crowns and Livermore Subway. You guys are going to hear me say that all the time. These guys put up $1,000 for these racers, and Lance Raceway isn't taking a single cent from it. We're actually giving $1,000 too, for a total of $4,000 for the 4 Crowns. And we plan on having the 4 Crowns every single year. Hopefully we get some more sponsorships to be able to make this one of the destinations for people to really want to travel and race this big 4 Crown race. We're going to crown these guys too. 4 little crowns we call the Lord's Crowns, which represent the seasons of Earth, winter, summer, spring, and fall. And then 1 big King's Crown. Who could turn the most laps in the 4 Crowns? They're going to be crowned the King of Lanes Raceway. No drops here, because the King never drops. The King is always on top, and the King always shows up. So whoever gets that King, he really put in the work. He's able to get the most laps out of everybody. We'll be making those final totals. We're not going to spoil it for anybody. Those final totals will be made literally during the banquet, and you will know the banquet, and so will all the racers, unless they're keeping track with it on the live stream, and they might know a little bit sooner. But they're going to have to keep track of it, and we want it to kind of be a surprise for everybody. So we're going to go back and add it all up. We actually have a book for it, but the King's Crown, we actually got a jeweler to make it, and our other crowns, they're metal crowns with jewels in them. So they're pretty nice, and the guys look good in them. We have UPS store out of Central City make us big old pictures, life-size pictures. The King sits in here for a year. I've rolled Jay's up, and he's actually said he's put his above his bed for his wife to be able to see the King. So I thought that was kind of funny, and Jay, of course, is a funny guy for sure. I've known Jay my whole life, but he was our King last year. Randy Kirtley was a Lord, so was Glenn Burden, and Guillermo Sire took home 2 Lord's Crowns last year, so we'll see how much difference Guillermo can make this year. He might end up being able to have a chance at being the King of Lanes Raceway if he keeps this up. So what we got here right now is our first incident. And we see Frost King Randy Kirtley going to take a strike here. His first. And we see Sean there. He's putting a sticker on his car, the red and white boogie body. White Lane is your leader. And we can see your leader now rolling through. Oh, as we see a hard hit there from Nathaniel Burden and Gabriel Kirtley. And looks like Randy Kirtley again. Not looking good for Randy right now. He's catching all the hits. So Gabriel's going to take a hit, and so is Nathaniel. Randy Kirtley's best, probably strategical move here would probably be to just let those guys go by and kind of hold back. Of course, Randy having more acceleration speed than top speed, so he could probably get himself a little bit of a cushion there for the next minute and 51 seconds if he does that. And it's just a good strategy that I would probably use here. Just let them go. If they're rushing that hard, let them rush. They might get a lap on me. Not a big deal. Better to let them get a lap than to let them to get the race, you know. As we get another yellow flag here, and Jay Latham's going to come off in the second turn. Jay Latham currently there on orange lane, going to be his first. Gabriel Kirtley getting him put back on in a timely fashion. Minute and 46 seconds left in the heat. This is round robin 7 of 8. We got this one and one more, and your leader right now coming around the camel hump in the middle of the track, rounding about as he wants to bring in that reel of Nathaniel Burden, and he is on the camel hump right now, passing Nathaniel Burden there on the back stretch, front stretch, excuse me, on the camel hump as he comes back around yet again, and a car coming off is going to be Nathaniel Burden. Nathaniel Burden taking his second strike here. Guillermo Sire has been solid all race day long. He's got his cars tuned up and looking good. He's passed all techs, all resistance checks, and as you can tell, he's not running off and leaving people. He's just running a good, consistent race here. So we see a little back up there for Sean so he can make through the dead strip. T is bringing back our current leader here, losing about a middle of the way lap. That's going to be his first strike. So Randy's definitely excited to see that. But here's something. Josh Reinerson now taking over second position from Randy Kirtley. So let's focus in a little bit on Josh Reinerson there on purple lane. And he comes around the front stretch first, second, third, and the hump. As he comes around, it makes a pass as a brake check happens there on yellow lane from Nathaniel Burden. And we see Nathaniel Burden there coming off in the second corner there. Now Nathaniel Burden there on yellow, that'll be his third strike, so he'll be coming off this heat. This is very unlike Nathaniel. All season long, he has really been keeping that car on. So something has changed from this week to last. Maybe tires getting a little bit low. Maybe it's time for a new set. Who knows? All I do know is that this isn't typical Nathaniel for the Four Crowns. He has definitely been holding it in there. Something else not typical. It's like we've got a swap between him and Glenn. Glenn's keeping his car on, and he's running decently now, right in fourth position. I mentioned his name, of course. Sorry about that, guys. Anytime I mention the name, we see people flying off. Glenn Burden's going to take a strike here on black lane. White lane is your leader coming into the second to the last corner. He's out there in no man's land. Not really a lot going on there for Guillermo as he's just kind of keeping the middle pace there. Somebody that does have some things going on, though, is Josh Reinerson now in the camel hump as he comes around to the second to the last corner around the straight stretch and almost gets involved in an incident. If he didn't brake right there, that would have cost him. Gabriel Kirtley and Randy Kirtley getting involved in something here. Gabriel Kirtley, that'll be his second. And Randy Kirtley, that's going to be his third. So we're going to see Randy Kirtley going to drop here for sure. We got to hurry up and get the screen connect back up. 2 for you. And get the world track back up. So Randy Kirtley, the past 2 heats, definitely experiencing some turmoil as his car falls off the map with Nathaniel Burden. And what a worse time to have it is the 7 of 8. Randy Kirtley there currently in third. We'll probably see Glenn and Gabriel and Jay, all 3, make that pass in the next 40 seconds as long as they can keep their cars on. As we get a yellow flag here, that's going to be a call from Sean. So Sean's going to be taking a strike here. It'll be his first. Josh Reinerson all but stoically quiet as he's trying to make that breach between first and second. 4 laps down is all he's liking. As we get a yellow flag, Glenn Burden's going to take a strike here, and that'll be his second. We got 31 seconds left to go. So an opportunity to get 6 laps here is what everybody's looking at. So Randy Kirtley's still going to be able to hang on to that third position, it looks like, but it's going to be a whole lot closer race come next heat. That'll be your second. right, 4 red lights dropping out to green. Here we go, folks. Another nail biter for sure here in the 72 pitch. Guillermo Sire currently out in the lead, but just 4 laps down. Josh Ryerson, he's really pushing the subject here on purple lane. He wants to try to get up some of that action here. As we can see that purple lane going through the first, second, third, now camel hump. He comes around the second to the last corner, all on a straight stretch. He's out by himself, but he's wanting to reel in that car on black lane, which is Glenn Burden. Glenn Burden now coming off the track. He's just going to leave his car there out of the way. And that is a red flag rotation. We're going to go ahead and clear these strikes out. And we're coming into our final heat here. So let's take a look at the track mate. Randy Kirtley hanging on to that third position. Gabriel giving a hug there to Randy because he knows that that's a hard pill to swallow. But Randy hanging on to it by a few laps. He's probably still going to get a podium here. But all he wants to see is Josh or Guillermo fall hard like he did. Now, will that luck change? I don't know. Randy Kirtley's turned an impressive 20 laps on 3 of these heats, but the same can be said for Josh Reinerson. 3 of these heats, he's turned 20. So these top 3 guys definitely fighting hard for it. Even with 45 seconds left, Gabriel, Jay, Glenn, and Sean could not catch them. So it just made it a lot closer of a battle there for the top 3. And it goes all the way down pretty much to the 6th position. Heading over to scene 8, thanking our sponsors, Fairview IT Management out of Owensboro and Bowling Green, for all your computer needs. Give them a call. And Livermore, Kentucky Subway, the number's there, 270-278-5999. Call, order you a sub, have them deliver it. What do they call it? Uber Eats and all that. So, yeah, we got that in Livermore. Give them a call. They'll deliver it to you. Anyways, 1 minute and 39 seconds. I'm going to grab a water real quick and get really comfortable for the last bit, the last race this evening also, and I'll be right back with you. All right, I got my water in hand. I'm ready. 43 seconds before we go back green racing. If you like what you see, like, share, subscribe. You guys know the deal. Appreciate every bit of that for sure. And thank you guys for tuning in today. Chat is live, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch if you want to chat. We're coming into our final heat. The sweat is real. These guys have got the trigger fingers sweated out. Randy Kirtley, of course, he's just going to try to keep this baby alive and hold on to that third position, all the while hoping in the back of his head a miracle can happen and Guillermo and Josh wreck out early on. If that happens, it's going to be crazy. But Guillermo Sire has been solid all race weekend, holding it down all day long, and we're looking at about a 10-hour day for sure for these guys already. So 4 red lights dropping out to green. Here we go. We're back into it. Our current leader right now, Guillermo Sire, on red first, second, third, camel hump. As he comes around, he's in no man's land. He's in a perfect position here to solidify the lead and win. As we see Randy Kirtley really pushing the subject, him and Sean coming up as we get our first incident, and that's going to be Jay Latham on the camel hump. Jay Latham taking that first strike there on white. And a nice coast there on green lane by Gabriel Kirtley. He was making up some of that good time that he really needs to if he's trying to catch Randy Kirtley. 6 laps. He's got to get it here. So he is kind of hoping yet again for another crash. So is Jay and Glenn and also Sean. Nathaniel Burden looks to be retired here. As we see that red lane of Guillermo now just separating him and Randy. 3 humps different is what we're looking at here between Randy and Guillermo. So we get a yellow flag, and we're going to see Glenn Burden coming off in the second corner. Glenn Burden there on the yellow lane, going to take a strike. The guys love the blue track, folks. This world track from Giannis Nobkins. If you ever get an opportunity to get one of his tracks, guys, these flat tracks are fun. Guys love it. And it sticks pretty good, believe it or not. As you can tell, we're probably into our third week here. These guys really running on it. They're starting to get that good rhythm down. And I'm telling you, it's smooth, folks. I love watching it. It's a very, very big track, about 150 foot or so. But super exciting to watch. This red lane comes in and makes a nice coast almost all the way to the first corner there. Jay Latham with a nice coast, too, actually in the first corner. I just want to see Josh Reinerson taking a hit here. Randy Kirtley secretively loving that to take place. A minute and 12 seconds left to go in the heat. Josh Reinerson currently in second position. He's been stoic all race long. He's really been focused in and holding his lines, keeping it true, as we can see there on black lane as he makes through the first corner. Guarantee you he was a little nervous when that track call got called. He was right there on the edge. Jay Latham there going to take a strike yet again. This will be Jay's second strike there on white lane as they do the trademark slide on the Lexan. We're going back green racing. 4 red lights dropping out to a green. Guillermo Sire, your leader. He's been holding it pretty much all race long, and he's been smooth with it, folks. He's got that chrome illusion looking purple to gold to blue to back to purple looking car there on red lane through the first, second, third. Now the camel hump. As we see a car dump off right there, that's going to be Josh Reinerson dumping off in the middle corner. And that's going to be his second. So Josh is going to have to dial it back. Josh has got a plenty enough cushion if he dials it back for 50 laps. If he doesn't, it's going to be detrimental for him. Gabriel Kirtley also coming off there. He's going to take a strike there on green. So 4 red lights dropping out to green. Josh making the comment, putting it in crawl mode. And whoa, what a close encounter there as Josh and Gabriel narrowly missed Jay Latham. That'll be Jay Latham's third hit there. So Jay Latham will be out for the rest of the heat. 48 seconds to survive. Guillermo Sire in the lead. Got a nice cushion there as he's holding it down. I don't think anybody can touch Guillermo currently as he's in the second corner there, coming back up on Sean, Gabriel, and Josh Reinerson. And so we got a little bit of a cluster between these 4 going through the camel hump now. Coming around, Randy Kirtley in no man's land as he's by himself making smooth transitions. And right behind him, Glenn Burden. As the pack of the 4 come up on Glenn Burden. Glenn Burden's holding it down, running nice smooth laps. A lot better than what we have seen in the past couple races with Glenn. He's finally got that car under control as we get a track call button, and it was from none other than Guillermo Sire. Guillermo Sire going to lose about a half a lap there. That'll be his first strike. He's motioning over here to me to see how many strikes that was. That was 1 strike for Guillermo Sire on red lane. If you're rooting out there for Guillermo Sire, all the Argentinians out there for sure, as that is his homeland. He is representing and coming here correct. 13 seconds left to go in this heat, and it's a wild heat as we see Gabriel Kirtley and Glenn Burden side by side coming through the backstretch, and a shot down as we see the red and white car of Sean taking a hit. He's going to take a strike here, folks. This man's in shape. Sean is taking the full route around, doing the victory lap as he gets his car put there on purple lane. Josh Reinerson with the button press. 4 red lights dropping out to green. It's coming to a close here, folks. These cars, these racers, all performing well beyond expectation. Guillermo Sire 5 laps up on Josh Reinerson. Josh Reinerson pushing the subject as we see 4 lap difference between Josh Reinerson and Guillermo Sire. What a race from both of these guys. Very, very close. Randy Kirtley was in that mix too, and you know, he got caught up in some trash, and sometimes that happens, folks. That's racing. You can't always run a perfect race, especially when you're pushing the limits. We want these guys to be pushing the limits. We want these guys to be turning impeccable times, averaging 19.4 laps at 155 total laps. Guillermo Sire is going to bring home first position here in the 72 pitch series here our fourth crown here, also known as the Fall Crown at Lanes Raceway. Josh Reinerson, 151 laps, 4 laps down from that, 18.9 on average, hanging on to that second position. Got a little bit of luck on his hands there as Randy Kirtley fell to third position, getting caught up in several wrecks there in the 7th round robin heat. 142. Randy Kirtley still going to be making a picture there in the top 3 podium picture, 17.8 on average. Gabriel Kirtley right there behind Randy with 136 laps, averaging 17. 16.8 on average for Glenn Burden, up from last week. Jay Latham, 15.6, also up from last week, 125 total. 116 for Sean, and Nathaniel with 38. All right, folks, what an eventful day. What a long day, too. These guys have been putting it in all day long. Group 20 starting out from the Group 20, moving on into the Hometown Heroes on the Oval, our only oval race for the day, and then 2 back-to-back Fairview IT Cup and 72 pitch on the blue track. Fairview IT Cup, a lot of wrecks, not a lot of following to be made, really, so we just talked about other stuff. But the 72 pitch, what a race. It was very, very close there in the top 3, even got very close to the top 6 at one point. So something cool to see, nonetheless. Come back and join us next week, same time, same place, 1:30 here. Ring that bell, hit that notification, share, like, subscribe, do all that. God bless you guys. Thank you for tuning in, and I'll see you Tuesday for some 1RC action here at Lanes Raceway.